Hello.
Attention everyone. I request everyone to be seated. Once again, all our friends are delegates from outside, requesting everyone to join us inside as we are about to begin the program just in few moments from now. Once again, requesting everyone to be seated. And before we begin, we have our representatives from Hyatt Bikaji to join us for the safety briefing. Sir, may I invite you to join us for the safety briefing?
Good morning, everyone. I am here as a fire and safety officer. In case of any emergency, you can use fire exit doors. One door front of oval and one door.
And just in few moments from now, we shall be beginning with our inaugural session. Our Honorable Minister, our chief guest for today, is arriving shortly amongst all of us. Meanwhile, thank you for being there with us and thank you for your kind cooperation. We shall begin the program just in some time from now. Thank you. That the Honorable Minister, our chief guest for today, is on his way. He shall be arriving shortly amongst all of us. Meanwhile, I request everyone from outside, please join us inside. Just in few minutes from now, we shall begin with our inaugural session. And as you all know that this is our second International Galvanizing Conference, we have a very interesting agenda with the inaugural session by the Honorable Union Minister for Steel, Chaudhry Birinder Singh Ji, followed by interesting panel discussions and other industry debates. We hope you have a fruitful time with us at the second International Galvanizing Conference. We're about to begin the program just in few moments from now. And anytime we can begin. But before we commence, once again, a quick reminder and urge about the housekeeping announcements. I request everyone to keep the mobile and communication devices on the silent mode. Thank you. We shall begin the program just in few moments from now. Once again, thank you for patiently bearing it with us. We shall commence the program once the Honorable Minister, our chief guest for today, arrives. Thank you. I request everyone to be seated as we are about to begin with our inaugural program. The Honorable Minister has arrived. Once again, urging everyone to be seated. And as we commence the deliberations for today, if we can keep the mobile and communication devices on the silent mode. Once again, thank you, Dhanyavad. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together as we are delighted that our honorable chief guest for today has arrived. Pranam sir, welcome. I request the dignitaries to be seated on the dais. Welcome, sir. Stephen sir, please join us. Ladies and gentlemen, once again a very good morning and a warm welcome to each and all. Welcome to the second International Galvanizing Conference 2016. As we commence our conference for today, once again we are delighted to have an esteemed panel of dignitaries present with us this morning. And as we begin the conference for today, I urge you all to put your hands together to welcome them with a thunderous applause. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Ladies and gentlemen, the first International Galvanizing Conference was held with a view to promote steel galvanizing in India under different applications by highlighting the global scenario and also discussing the new and upcoming technologies in the field of galvanizing. Today, what we found is that with the success of our first International Galvanizing Conference, the International Zinc Association is organizing the second edition of International Galvanizing Conference. And we are delighted that today top experts from across the globe, Europe, North America and Asia have got together today to discuss the direction of zinc and steel industry and also deliberate on significant business opportunities for galvanizing in India. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, on that occasion, we are delighted that our chief guest, most respected Honorable Union Minister of Steel, Adarniya Chaudhry Birinder Singh Ji, is amongst us. Ladies and gentlemen, as we take the deliberations of the program forward, I request Stephen Wilkinson, Executive Director IZA, to join us and present bouquet as a token of our appreciation and a warm welcome to our distinguished chief guest for today. Please join us. Stephen, I request you if you present the bouquet to our distinguished chief guest, Honorable Union Minister of Steel, Adarniya Chaudhry Birinder Singh Ji. Sir, welcome. Indeed, our pleasure. Welcome, sir. I now request Shri Sunil Duggal, CEO Hindustan Zinc, to present a shawl as our token of our gratitude to our distinguished chief guest. Sunil ji, please do the honors. Once again, everyone, let's join our hands together as we have the moment where we present the shawl. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would now request our dignitaries present with us on the dais to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony as we commence our second International Galvanizing Conference. I request dignitaries to join us for the lamp lighting ceremony, please. Stephen sir, please join us. Sunil sir, please join us. All the dignitaries join us for the lamp lighting ceremony as we... So ladies and gentlemen, our second International Galvanizing Conference 2016. Let's put our hands together. Thank you very much. I request the dignitaries to join us on the dais. Once again, thank you very much. Bahut bahut dhanyavad. And with the same, I urge the dignitaries to be seated. Kindly be seated. Thank you. So as the tenor for our inaugural session has been set, I would now request Mr. Rahul Sharma, Director, International Zinc Association, India Chapter, to join us and tender the welcome note. Mr. Rahul Sharma, please.
गुड मॉर्निंग। आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि श्री चौधरी वीरेंद्र सिंह जी, माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री, इस्पात मंत्रालय, भारत सरकार। IZA के एग्जीक्यूटिव डायरेक्टर श्री स्टीफन विल्किंसन साहब, हिंदुस्तान जिंक लिमिटेड के CEO श्री सुनील दुग्गल जी, JSW के प्रेसिडेंट श्री दिलीप भट्ट साहब, टाटा स्टील के CTO श्री विनय महाशब्द जी एवं उपस्थित सभी कंपनियों एवं संस्थानों के प्रतिनिधिगण, अतिथिगण, सम्मानीय विशेषज्ञगण और प्रिंट एवं मीडिया से आए सम्मानित साथियों। इंटरनेशनल जिंक एसोसिएशन आप सभी साथियों का इंटरनेशनल गैल्वेनाइजिंग कॉन्फ्रेंस में हार्दिक स्वागत करता है। मैं माननीय मंत्री जी का विशेष रूप से आभारी हूं, जिन्होंने अपनी व्यवस्था के बावजूद इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आने का हमारा आमंत्रण स्वीकार किया। मैं IZA एवं ऑर्गेनाइजिंग समिति के अपने सभी समस्त साथियों की ओर से उनका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं आप सभी का हृदय से स्वागत करता हूं। मैं आप सभी उपस्थित अतिथियों के प्रति भी आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और स्वागत करता हूं कि आप
other dignitaries on the guest, ladies and gentlemen. So first of all, I am very thankful to Chaudhry Sahab for having spared the time and come over here for a very pious initiative, I would say, for which we have gathered over here. So Chaudhary Sahab, I'm not sure, but I think you may be aware that Hindustan Zinc is the only producer of zinc in the country. And this company is there more than 50 years now as Hindustan Zinc. Prior to this, this was a Metal Corporation of India. And the history of zinc production in Hindustan Zinc dates back to 2,500 years. And it is also said that the first zinc in the world was made by Hindustan Zinc. And there are, carbon dating has been done because of that. So we are very proud that we have a hand in the building of the nation. So as far as today's topic is concerned, Galvanizing Conference, we are having this event in association with International Zinc Association every year. And the galvanizer or the other applicators from around the country and some from the world also join here to deliberate what role galvanizing has to play in the economy. Basically, it is said that there are some pillars in the country which are more than 1,000 years back which were erected and they are still standing tall. And it says that this prevents corrosion, this prevents steel. People around the world have entered into many applications, like in the concrete industry also people have started using galvanized bars. And because of that, it is said that because of the aggressive nature of the water or because of the chemicals which are present in the water and because the density of the concrete is not so good, the chemicals make the inroad into the concrete and attacks the bars, and because of which it is said that the life of these structures is limited. And I am sure, Chaudhary Sahab, you must be aware that a lotus temple which is constructed in Delhi, it is said that this structure is guaranteed for more than 1,000 years. It is because the bars which are used in this temple are galvanized. There is a temple which is coming up, Krishna temple which is coming up in Vrindavan, and they say that they want to design that temple for more than 1,000 years, and they have approached us that they want to use the galvanized bars for this structure. So what I am saying is that there are large number of structures around the globe which have used the galvanized bars, and because of that the life of the bridges, some of the bridges around the world is very, very large compared to our life of bridges. And the way we are growing and the way the population growth is there in our country, I think the future ready country has to adopt the practice in which the initial cost may be minuscule, but if you see the life cycle cost and overall the life of these structures, one has to look at it. There are steel structures in the industry where the people paint every year, and there are a lot of people which go to the height and they fall down from the height, and we lose many lives in the country because the people fall from the height and they lose their life. If they would use the galvanized structures, they would have a better life cycle cost. And I also said in some of the newspapers about, I think last week, that 4 to 5% of our GDP. This is our internal analytics that 4 to 5% of our internal, the total GDP percentage, we lose because of the corrosion. So there are a lot of innovative ways which have been adopted by this industry, Choice Hub, because of which the structures are becoming more and more secure. But lot is yet to be done, and we have to take many more initiatives. As far as Hindustan Zinc is concerned, we are taking a bigger part in this. We are also seeing that how the resources could be optimized. There are a lot of value-added products which were being imported in this country a few years back, and we have started initiatives 5-6 years back in which we are manufacturing the value-added product. We started manufacturing CGGs, jumbos, and we are also educating the customers with the help of the International Zinc Association that why these usage of these value-added products are more useful, or how the galvanizing cost can come down, although they have to tweak the process by which they have to use this value-added product. I'm also happy to say that today we will showcase you that we have started manufacturing die-cast alloys in our country, which were mostly being imported, and in the direction of Make in India movement, we have set up a capacity more than the import capacity, and I'm happy to say that more than 100% of the die-cast alloy requirement we can meet from our own manufacturing capacity from this year onward. See, the government also tells that if the country has to grow, 1% of the GDP has to come from the mining industry. We basically say we are miners because we are the integrated producers of zinc, lead, silver. And in that direction, the government has done taken great initiatives, and they are opening up the mining industry, and the way the mines are being auctioned. Every week some auction takes place in some of the state, and Choice Hub and the government, we want to assure that like Hindustan Zinc has played a bigger part in the growth of the economy, we also are committed that we would like to participate in the growth. And it is said that if the GDP, 1% GDP, if it has to come from the mining, then the mining has to grow at a 27% rate per annum. You can understand that what mining has to do, or what the commodities have to do going forward, if they have to stand by their promise, or if they have to fulfill what the government is thinking about them. So what I am saying is that if the mining industry has to grow at a run rate of 27%, we at Hindustan Zinc will have to grow more than 50%. And we carry this responsibility on our shoulders, Choice Hub. And I am also want to inform you, Choice Hub, that we make 100% lead of the country, and although the lead demand in the country is very large is met by from the recycling, but the primary lead, what we make, we sell 100%. And it is also said by the government that if the import bill has to be curtailed, the gold and silver initiatives have to be taken within the country. And Vedanta now has one gold mine which we are exploring in Chhattisgarh, and we intend to start this mine as soon as possible. For your information, we make around 500 tons of silver against a requirement of 8,000 tons of silver in the country. The rest 7,500 is imported. You can see what India is supposed to do within our country to bridge this gap and to stop or reduce this import bill. So we carry this responsibility with us as an organization, and we assure you that the purpose for which you all people have gathered over here, we are partners with you, and we will devise the ways in which the industry has to grow. New applications have to be catered to. There are a lot of other applications for which we have to do a lot of work, which I have not mentioned over here, but we are a partner, and we two together will do whatever is required to be done to see to it that going forward, we are able to arrest this leakage of 4 to 5% of our GDP, which goes by way of corrosion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dhanyavad, Sunil ji. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, as today we are here at the second edition of International Galvanizing Conference to know about the global scenario, the aims, the objectives, and the way forward. We have amongst us our very own Stephen Wilkinson, Executive Director, International Zinc Association. Mr. Wilkinson, I now invite you to tender and let us know about the aims and objectives forward. Mr. Wilkinson, please.
Honorable Minister, Mr. Degal, other members of the top table, and guests, good morning. On behalf of the International Zinc Association, I welcome all of you to the second International Galvanizing Conference, and we're hoping there'll be a third, fourth, and fifth. This conference promises to be and will be very educational and exciting. Every time I visit this wonderful country, I'm amazed at its culture and beauty. But being in zinc, I'm also amazed each time I visit of the growth and understanding of the many diverse uses of zinc. And as we know, India hosts the largest zinc mine in the world, Hindustan Zinc. It is the largest producer of zinc in the world with Hindustan Zinc. And Hindustan Zinc is one of the top 2 zinc companies globally in the world. You know, we'll see charts later, but over 60% of all zinc is used to protect steel from rust and corrosion. We like to say we're married to steel, but unfortunately, steel doesn't say they're married to us because less than 10% of all steel is coated with zinc. An opportunity for all of us to grow. And as well as you see by the posters and the literature that's in your packs, zinc is recyclable and it's very sustainable. We have a very strong message to give. It's essential for life, and it's essential for modern life. And for zinc in India, I think we can say it has a very promising future. So I wish you all a successful conference of learning and of networking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, at this hour, it is indeed a matter of great honor for me to request our distinguished chief guest for today, Honorable Union Minister for Steel, Government of India, Adarniya Chaudhry Birinder Singh ji. Sir, I request you to join us on the dais and say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a thunderous applause. जोरदार तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करते हैं आदरणीय चौधरी बिरेंद्र सिंह सर का. Sir, good morning. Pranam.
On this occasion of International Galvanizing Conference, present on the dais, Mr. Stephen Wilkinson, International Zinc Association Executive Director, CEO Hindustan Zinc, Shri Sunil Duggal, Shri Dilip Bhatt, Rahul Sharma, and Mr. Vijay from Tata. uh, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me thank International Zinc Association for inviting me to inaugurate this International Galvanizing Conference. When organizers yesterday came to my office to make sure whether I am coming or not, then I had the opportunity to interact and to know what the zinc is and how it's important in the industry. तो मुझे एक बात याद आई कि हाथी को चींटी मार सकती है और इसका रिवर्स ये है कि स्टील को जिंक बचा सकता है. This is they were telling me that the total exploration or zinc is to the tune of 7 lakh metric ton, if I am right. And the saving clause, if it is applicable to steel, then this is the only saving clause which gives long life to the steel. Not only that, it gives long life, but we have the handle to create, market for the consumption of steel, which is steel industry, under stress. Such interactions, of course, would enable the industry in technology upgradation while helping the customers in getting better products at competitive prices. Zinc, as you all know, is mainly used for galvanization in order to protect steel from corrosion as it increases the life of the steel. When I took over as steel minister from rural development to steel, as two different streams, and to understand steel industry for a minister who has been in rural development ministry for about 2 years was a difficult proposition. Seeing my background, I am from village and more keen to know the problems in the rural India scenario, but still, I thought that it's a challenge if we see the industry as such, steel industry. And when I was talking to my senior officers in the ministry, that why don't you go for marketing as far as replacement of bridges, maybe railway bridges, maybe road, so that they can go for steel bridges. And I told, as a layman, I thought that the longevity of steel bridges is must be double to the concrete bridges. But the way Mr. Duggal explained, I can claim 3-4 times of the life of bridges with galvanized process. I feel proud in sharing with you that zinc was recognized as metal in India way back in 13th century, the 8th known metal to man at that time. Then zinc was used to make utensils, artifacts, etc. Now, zinc is used, chemical of zinc are used by pharmaceutical industry for medicinal purpose as a dietary supplement, particularly for children, and by the fertilizer industry for improving crop production. I am told that IZA, along with UNICEF, has started Zinc Saves Kids program, which will surely help in preventing diarrheal deaths and eradicating malnutrition among kids. It is interesting to learn that India is one of the top-ranking zinc producers in the world at present. Presently, India is the 4th largest producer of zinc, which is approximately 6% of global production. I also understand that about approximately 75% of the zinc used in the country finds application in the galvanizing sector. Zinc acts as a barrier between steel and oxygen, thus preventing steel from getting corroded. Galvanization finds its application in steel products like sheets, pipes, structurals, wires, buckets, cable trays, etc. Galvanization increases the life of steel, thus making our infrastructure more durable and safe, which I have already explained. Developed nations compulsorily uses galvanized steel in their infrastructure. In our country, it is not. In our country, it is not mandatory. But on one account, I am thinking of, as you know, in USA, what they say is melting and manufacturing. That means any amount of steel manufactured, which is melted there, that should be used by America itself first. Then they can think of exporting. So here, when we try to find out market, this can be one of the parameters or one of the bases on which we want that we should frame our policy, so that the consumption, which is now as compared to global consumption, which is 204 kg per capita, our country's consumption is 61 kg per capita. So this is how we are planning that we should move, and in that direction, zinc is also an important factor for our marketing. Our coastal areas, you know, in our country it is not, India has a big coast line, approximately 8,000 kilometers, and our coastal areas because of salty atmosphere are more prone to steel corrosion. It is estimated that the corrosion losses in India amounts to thousands of crores of rupees per year, which is enormous. and all efforts should be made to minimize these losses. Corrosion leads to loss of materials productivity, idle time, repairs, etc., and also necessitates frequent maintenance. India is on its way to large-scale expansion in its infrastructural sector like power, telecom, highways, ports, airports, bullet train, through massive investment. As a result, the usage of steel is expected to continuously increase from current level. And that is what I explained. The level at present is 61 kg per capita as compared to world more than 200 kg. But in very near future, I must say that within 5 years, not only in India, but in Southeast Asia, and after that, the second phase, where the demand would grow, that would be African continent. So these are the areas where in next 10, 20 years, there would be numerous demand of steel. And that is how we are to plan, and I think zinc being the important factor for galvanizing, as it is indicated that only for galvanization it amounts to 75% of the total production. As a result, the usage of steel is expected to continuously increase from current level. Our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, has recently launched Smart Cities Mission, in which 20 cities have been selected in phase 1 and 40 cities in phase 2. A huge infrastructure will be developed in these smart cities, and usage of steel will be substantial. Hence, there is an imperative need for adopting a durable, proven corrosion protection method like galvanizing. In such infrastructure, galvanize not only prevents corrosion but also provides an uninterrupted service by these facilities and prolongs the life of such national assets. Galvanizing needs to be widely adopted in infrastructure, construction, and automobile sectors. The users should be educated periodically on the economic and technical advantages of galvanizing. Our government is committed to promote all industries. We have done necessary policy changes for quick approvals and made approval process smooth and transparent for industries. I assure you on behalf of the Ministry of Steel that you can convey your problems related to my ministry and they will be addressed in shortest possible time frame. Looking at the conference program, I find that a galaxy of well-known speakers, experts would be making interesting technical presentations on technology, new materials, markets, etc. It is indeed an excellent opportunity for the participants to update their knowledge in these specialized areas. Before I conclude, one thing I must make a mention before I conclude. Yesterday, one of the organizers was explaining about the mining. There is only one mine in the country where all the zinc is available. And what they explained, that at being a very small size, as far as area is concerned, but they have gone deep to 2 to 3 kilometers.
10 times the height of the Qutub Minar.
10 times the height of the Qutub Minar. That is what either, because what I think is now the most important factor in our Indian economy, if we are to grow, and grow doesn't mean grow slowly. Grow means if we move rapidly, then only we can compete in the world market. And that competitiveness lies with research and development. If we are lacking in this field anywhere, when I talk of this, when I mentioned about the size of the depthness of your mine, that means either we should find out some other areas where zinc can be available, or from today onwards we should see that what could be the replacement of the zinc. So these are very important factors which in our country which are to be explored, and those can be explored only when we totally rely on this, that we are not to go for any updating of the technologies. Rather, we would find some of the areas by research that these are the replacement. When I am talking of this cooking coal, for example, for the production of steel, we are to buy 90% of the cooking coal from abroad, and the major import is from Australia. So my first question to my PSUs was, have you tried to find out something which can be replaced, which can replace this cooking coal? So that is what you will be having 2 days, brainstorming, and these are the areas when we can think out of box, not only to how to improve, rather how to find out solution of our difficulties, our problems which industry is facing, or which your own industry as zinc as such is facing. That should be the main criteria whenever something is to be discussed threadbare. So let me wish that the conference is an educative and a fruitful experience for all of you. The Ministry of Steel would certainly like to receive your recommendations and suggestions. Actionable points emerging from this conference shall receive our due attention. Once again, I heartily thank you for inviting me at this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Bahut bahut dhanyawad. Once again, I urge everyone to give a thunderous applause to sir for those words of wisdom, for that guidance and that support. Thank you very much, sir. Moving on, I would now like to request on Mr. Vinay Mahashabdev, CTO Tata Steel, to join us and tender special thanks from the industry to the conference and also to our distinguished chief guest today. Mr. Vinay, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Union Minister for Steel, Shri Chaudhary Birender Singh, Shri Sunil Duggal, CEO Hindustan Zinc, Mr. Stephen Wilkinson, Executive Director, International Zinc Association, Mr. Dilip Bhatt, President, JSW Steel, Rahul, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. First, I would like to thank IZA for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on behalf of the industry. It's indeed my pleasure and privilege to be asked to do so. Thanks also to IZA for actually organizing such a conference which allows the producers, the users I would mean users of zinc, which are the steel users, and the final users of steel, to interact, to mingle, exchange ideas, whereby the ideas which were indicated to us by the Honorable Minister can be taken forward. If you look at India's history in the last 3 decades, since economic liberalization, India has ushered into a growth path. And over the years, various strategies and initiatives of Government of India and with the support of the industry, we have been able to ensure that we are able to maintain that growth rate. If in recent past, the further impetus has been given through the Make in India campaign, whereby now the challenge is to the industry to accept that and ensure that we are able to not only sustain this growth rate, but are able to increase this growth rate. Now, one of the ways, there are 2 ways actually how we can increase the growth rate, as was very well highlighted by Honorable Minister, through infrastructure growth, and other sector would be automobile growth. Now, infrastructure can grow, but it has to be grown economically. So one of the ways is to ensure that the leakage which happens due to corrosion losses to the tune of 4 to 5% of our GDP, or which is around over thousands of crores, can be arrested. And galvanizing and zinc comes to our rescue to that. The more steel products which are coated and are used in the industry or in the country will ensure that the growth is sustainable and ensures for a longer period of time. Now, automotive, India in last 20 years has actually slowly and steadily becoming the manufacturing hub for small cars. World over, all the automotives are actually galvanized, and that ensures that they are nearly corrosion free with a life of more than 15 to 20 years. But India, my experience, I am from Mumbai, so every 3 to 4 years, the floor of the car requires to be changed. So that's a loss to the country, and such losses can be prevented through use of galvanizing. History has also shown that. Mr. Sunil Duggal mentioned that for thousands of years, there are structures in the country which have remained corrosion free and as good as they are new. So that also shows us the direction in which way the country can grow, and how the steel industry, the galvanizing industry, and the final user industry can work hand in hand to ensure that the growth which the Indians want and expect can continue for years after. Thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. I now would request Mr. Stephen Wilkinson, sir, please step forward and present a memento at this hour on behalf of International Zinc Association to our distinguished chief guest for today, most respected Honorable Minister for Steel, Shri Chaudhry Birender Singh Ji. Stephen, sir, please present the memento at this hour to our chief guest as a token of our gratitude and respect. So thank you so much for that guidance, for that support. Ladies and gentlemen, at this hour we have Mr. Stephen Wilkinson, Executive Director, International Zinc Association, presenting a memento to most respected Adarniya Chaudhry Birender Singh Ji. I also request Mr. Stephen Wilkinson to present memento to Mr. Sunil Duggal, CEO, Hindustan Zinc. Let's give a thunderous applause as we have the memento. I request the dignitaries for a group photograph, please. Rahul sir, everyone for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, we have a group photograph, yes. As you all know, that one of the major aims of today's event is to showcase the capability of Indian zinc and steel industry to actively contribute in the growth of long-lasting sustainable infrastructure in the country. As you all know, our Hon'ble Prime Minister has also recognized India's adequate natural resources, human intellect, and industrial technology to transform the nation, India, into a global manufacturing power, and has shown the way with a very excellent initiative, Make in India. Following this clarion call of Make in India, Hindustan Zinc Limited has produced a new product, the Hindustan Zinc Die Casting Alloy, or as we abbreviate it as HZDA, to cater to the needs of the die casting sector for application in automobile components, household appliances, defense and the steel industry. And yes, we are delighted that as this hour we have the Honorable Union Minister for Steel, Chaudhry Birinder Singh Ji, here with us today for the occasion. And for the same, we shall request, sir, to do the product launch of HZDA, Hindustan Zinc Die Casting Alloy. Sir, I request you to please join us to do the product launch of Hindustan Zinc Die Casting Alloy. Sir, this has been done following the clarion call of Make in India. Sir, we need your blessings, we need your presence to... Sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let's join our hands together as we have a very auspicious occasion, the inauguration of HZDA ingot. A big applause as we have the inauguration of Hindustan Zinc Die Casting Alloy. This shall cater to the needs of the automobile, household, defense sector, industry sector, steel industry, and several more. And yes, we are very fortunate that the Honorable Union Minister for Steel has inaugurated HZDA ingot. I request the dignitaries to be seated. Sir. Once again, so ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, it's all here amongst us. Hindustan Zinc Limited has produced the new product, Hindustan Zinc Die Casting Alloy. This shall cater to the die casting sector for application in automobile, household, defense, steel industry, amongst others. And yes, moving on, lastly but surely not the least, I'd like to request Shri Dilip Bhatt, President, ISSBG and JSW Steel, to tender the vote of thanks. Shri Dilip Bhatt, please.
Thank you very much, friends. Indeed, it's a pleasure to be here and especially to communicate the vote of thanks. Honorable Minister, you spelled out wonderful things for the nation, and we are proud to hear the lovely sentences you used it. To begin with, I heard you a few days back also. It seems it's very close to your heart talking about R&D. And let me assure at the JSW end, a lot of work has been done. A lot of work is under progress. And you will very shortly see the results coming up within the country. Then you spoke about the technology upgradation, competitive prices, especially apart from that, the application. And in your speech, you spoke about melt and market. I understand this is the concept which is being used in US, which is very frequent, and that's the way people bring the patriotism in the products which has been built in the country and being used in the nation. Lovely to hear that part, sir. Thank you for that. And Sunil, congratulations to Hindustan Zinc for producing a new product, die-cast alloy. And I'm sure it's part of Make in India concept, which is being driving down by our Prime Minister's future plans. One more element which you spoke, we are very happy to note that we are partner in your growth, which makes a happy situation for all of us. And we all believe that we are partner with Hindustan Zinc, and we all look forward to make a happy beginning and make a great nation in times to come. Thank you, Sunil. Stefan Wilkinson spoke about the education, which is very much required from the application side and from the technical side. Stefan, we are pretty grateful, and I've been interacting with Kenneth many times, and he's been very helpful in expressing how we can improve the various applications of the product. And many times our technical teams keeps on bothering Kenneth, and has been very, very supportive for his endeavor. Thank you very much. Apart from that, our friend Vinay spoke about growth, infra and auto, and we are very optimistic in the way things are moving forward in India. We are sure we are heading for 8% plus growth, and the infra and auto is certainly going to play a great role. Once again, Rahul, it's a great gathering you have organized, and we are happy to be part and parcel of this process. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for making it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now be having the inauguration of the exhibition area. I request the dignitaries to lead the Honorable Minister towards our exhibition area, as we shall be having the inauguration of the same. With this, the inaugural session comes to an end, and we are delighted that our Honorable Chief Guest for today shall be inaugurating the exhibition area. Thank you very much, dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir, for your presence this morning. Thank you so much. बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने अपना कीमती समय आज के इस कार्यक्रम में हमें दिया. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the inaugural of the exhibition area, and please join us for high tea. We resume the session in 10 minutes from now. Once again, please join us for high tea. Hope you have a networking high tea, and followed by that we have a very interesting panel discussion and industry debates. Thank you. Hope you all had a refreshing tea break, and I request Huda sir, please let's call everyone inside. Payal ji, let's call all the sir. We'll urge all our participants to join us as we are beginning with the post-tea session. Once again, all our panelists, our moderator, they are present amongst us. I request everyone to please join us. At this hour, we shall be commencing with the panel discussion on India's infrastructure story and role of galvanized steel, opportunities and challenges. For the same, first I would like to invite on the moderator for the session. We have amongst us Kenneth D'Souza, Consultant, International Zinc Association. Kenneth sir, please join us. Very good afternoon. Pleasure for us to have you as a moderator for the very first panel discussion. Good afternoon. Welcome, sir. Sir, now with your permission, I would like to call on the panelists for the discussion. Kenneth sir, do I have your permission to call the panelists? Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, dear guests, dear participants, please join us inside as we are about to begin with our panel discussion. We are waiting for everyone from outside to join us inside as we go ahead for the panel discussion. The panel discussion shall deliberate India infrastructure story and role of galvanized steel. And the moderator for the session is Kenneth D'Souza, Consultant, IZA. Please join us inside. The panelists for the session are Dr. Pug. Dr. Pug, please join us. It will be an honor to hear from you for this panel discussion. Dr. Pug, there with us. I'll be requesting Dilip Bhatt, sir, President JSW. Sir, once again, welcome back on the stage. Dilip, sir, please join us. I'll be requesting Mr. Vijay Murthy, Deputy CMO, Hindustan Zinc. Vijay, sir, good afternoon. Please join us. We will be having amongst us Shri Tarun Baldua, CEO Surya Roshni. Tarun, sir, please join us. We would be requesting Shri Avtar Singh Saint. Avtar Singh ji, please join us. Chief Technology Officer, Product Application Group, FP Product Technology, Tata Steel. And now let's set the tenor for the program as I request the moderator, Kenneth sir, to take it on from here. Mr. Kenneth, please.
We could get everybody, force them in. Shouldn't serve anybody.
Once again, we request the Hyatt Hospitality, if you could guide all the delegates inside. We are beginning with the panel discussion, and we have a very interesting panel lined up. The notion is India infrastructure story and role of galvanized steel. The moderator is Mr. Kenneth D'Souza. Panelists, Dr. Pug, Dilip Bhatt, Vijay Murthy, Tarun Baldua, Avtar Singh ji. And I request Kenneth sir to take it on from here. And I urge everyone to be seated. Keep the mobile and communication devices on the silent mode. Thank you. Kenneth sir, over to you.
Good morning, everybody. If I could get the people from the coffee station and the tea station to please come in. And don't feel shy, come up forward because you get a better view from the front. So we have about 30 minutes to do this panel discussion. As you can see, we have 5 experts in their areas of infrastructure and particularly with steel and zinc. So there's not a whole lot of time that we can give to any particular one. So I remind all our panelists to please keep your remarks short, to the point, and in terms of pointing out some of the opportunities and challenges that we face in the infrastructure development in India. So my name is Ken D'Souza, and I'm so honored to be introducing these esteemed gentlemen. They've already been introduced by our MC. So all I'm going to say in my remarks is that everybody in this hall knows that there are huge infrastructure opportunities available in India. This is not only something that's we talk about, but at the top of the house, Mr. Modi has decided to spend $1 trillion in the next fiscal plan specifically dedicated to infrastructure development. So everybody knows it's a huge opportunity, a lot of work to be done. Everybody also knows that if you're going to spend that kind of money on infrastructure, you need to protect it to maximize its life. And we heard even the Minister of Steel this morning very clearly say that the best way in his, to protect infrastructure and give it the longest available life is to put some zinc on it. And so we all know that. But not everybody in the engineering community, the architectural community, even in government, not everybody knows that we need to develop standards that are mandatory, that allow for the maximum or the protection or maximization of the life of our infrastructure projects. So I'm going to invite, not in any particular order, but I'm going to start with Mr. Vijay Murthy. He's the Deputy Marketing Officer, and I'd ask him to give us some comments. Now, you can use the mic in front of you, or you can come up here. It's your choice.
Thanks, Ken. I think prefer to speak from here. So any specific area of the economy that we need to discuss upon, or it's a general thought on the overall infrastructure sector?
We should try and keep our comments to the title in the program, which is Infrastructure Development, the Story and the Role of Galvanized Steel, both the opportunities and the challenges.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ken. And good morning, in fact, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Vijay Murthy, heading marketing for Hindustan Zinc. I think this is quite a novel forum in which we have all congregated together today to discuss the objectives of galvanization and the importance of galvanization in the economy. I think it's but fundamental that, zinc by its nature is a sacrificial metal, and it sacrifices itself to save steel. So that being the fundamental application of zinc, and in a growing economy like ours, where infrastructure, the rate of usage of any bridge or highway or any physical infrastructure in India is manifold times, be it in the Western world. So whilst the Western world has already made it mandatory that in terms of longevity of structures, it is compulsory to use galvanized steels for bridges, highway, manufacture, building of bridges and telecom towers or electrical towers. So that's quite a mandatory thing there. In fact, if we see the similar bridge in India will probably have 10 to 15 or 20 times the usage in a single day. Like the Bandra Kurla complex, the Rajiv Gandhi Setu, which connects BKC to Worli in Mumbai, is probably seeing traffic far more than what was originally envisaged. So the question which fundamentally begs an answer is, are these structures designed for the future or have we designed it only for today? So I would leave it with that thought initially to pick up the conversation with the panel, that it is but our responsibility to build infrastructure lasting for generations together, because if we see the rehabilitation costs involved in building an infrastructure project, if we end up redoing it every 20 years or every 30 years, it's going to be very expensive. So at the end of the day, cheap will be costly. So why not use galvanized steel, make sure the longevity of structures are much more, maybe 50, 80, 100 years, and make sure that we leave behind a very lasting legacy for the generations to come. Thank you, Ken.
Well, thank you very much for those comments. This format doesn't really ask for any questions from the audience. So I'm going to turn next to Mr. Tarun Baldua, who's the CEO of Surya Roshni. And I met him for the first time today, and he is involved with galvanizing of pipes. So that's a very unique application, and I turn the mic over to him to kind of explain how his products fits in with the infrastructure challenges and opportunities.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to discuss on the very good and emerging issue where the galvanizing products will play important role in the development of the infrastructure in the country. We are manufacturing GI pipe, and Surya is the largest GI pipe exporter from India. And we have very good brand name in overseas and consistent regular business doing with the countries. So mainly the requirement in pipe industry is having almost 8 million ton of pipe production and consumption in India. And out of 8 million ton, it is almost 2.5 million ton is galvanized pipe, which is galvanized pipe is mainly used in plumbing, agricultural sector, then water transportation, then city gas system also galvanizing pipe is predominantly used nowadays. Then infrastructure. Now the new area is coming out the infrastructure and the firefighting, because earlier in India firefighting was not having any importance. Nowadays it is a mandatory requirement for any type of building with a required size or more. So firefighting is the major requirement there nowadays. Then in sheds, then in this solar power panels, all panels are mounted on infrastructure square pipes only. So that is a very big requirement coming in these days now. And apart from this all pipe requirements, as far as the galvanizing steel is concerned, there's a flat steel GPGC, almost 8 million ton consumption is there for GPGC in the country. And capacity is almost 11 to 12 million ton to produce. So there is also enormous requirement and sufficient capacity to take care of that requirement. So as far as galvanizing is concerned in the infrastructure, that will play a big role, increase in the requirement also. Now there are certain challenges also. Like in flat steel products, galvalume product is developed in a big way, and that is reducing consumption for as far as zinc is concerned in the country or overseas also. So there is one. In pipe sector also there are PVC, CPVC and SDP pipes are there, which are replacing the galvanized pipe. So that is a challenge in this sector. But ultimately galvanized steel has its own advantages, so that it will be long lasting in consumption, and I feel that there will be a great demand and growth rate will be almost 15 to 20% for the next 5 to 7 years time in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tarun, for those remarks. Appreciate it. One of the things that I heard this morning with the Minister of Steel say that we have to make certain things mandatory. Right now, it's not mandatory to use galvanized steel in any infrastructure project. So right from the start, we are building in inefficiencies and reducing the project life, not to mention the total cost of ownership of that infrastructure project. So we need to really, as I look forward, we need to make sure that the use of protection to deliver a design life of at least 75 years or whatever that number is, we need to ensure that it is designed in right from the start. And the use of galvanized steel allows one to do that. As a person who was educated in India but did all my working life in Europe and North America, there's no question that there's never any doubt when you start a project, it's always galvanized steel or galvanized plus paint. So I'm waiting. I get really frustrated when in my country of my birth, we still are talking about the subject and there's no plan that I can see immediately to make stuff like this mandatory. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to our next panel expert here, Dr. Pug, who's the Executive Director of the India Lead Zinc Development Association. And Pug is going to use the podium.
Thank you, Ken. Good morning to the panelists and all the invitees and delegates. Talking about infrastructure and the future for zinc in this country, demand for zinc has always been steel. And the demand driver for steel was originally the building and construction sector. But last few years, maybe last 3 decades or so, we see a huge push in the infrastructural sector. Originally, India was only doing galvanizing of steel structures for railway electrification, power transmission line towers, and maybe for the telecom towers for the defense sector. But we have been seeing lots and lots of things happening post-industrialization. The world-class highways coming in this country, National Highway Development Program, you see plenty of galvanized steel in the form of highway crash barriers, guardrails, and all the street lamp poles, high mast lighting columns. All these have been galvanized during the last few years. And also similarly, railway electrification was originally a small activity, but today the country wants to bring down the import of oil and crude, etc. And also from the environmental point of view, more and more of electrification is being done in the railway sector. Now, India was always known for the last maybe 3 decades back, we were always lacking in the infrastructural front, whether it's highways or railways or power. There was always a demand-supply mismatch, demand-supply shortage. But you are seeing so much during the 11th five-year plan and 12th five-year plan. I remember 11th five-year plan, India invested about $500 billion in power, telecom, highways, railways, airport, etc. And the 12th five-year plan, we doubled the investment to $1,000 billion. And the current government is putting lots and lots of pressure. If you look at the highways, originally the target was 20 kilometers per day, highway, new highway creation. But the current minister is talking about 35 kilometers per day, the highway minister. Power minister has ensured that coal is available, transport wagons are available, there's no power shortage, even in summer months, and is working very hard. And therefore, the transmission line tower sector, the Power Grid Corporation, for instance, they are doing plenty of galvanized steel for the power transmission line sector of late. Now, what are the new areas? The new areas, the renewable energy sector, where the government is again putting lots and lots of money, all the support steel structures for the panels, they will all be galvanized steel, and even the steel for windmill support structures, either tubular or angular, whatever, they will all be galvanized. And the most important thing happening in this country, The next 5 years, you will see, already it has been announced, 2030 smart cities have been announced. And there they are going to put plenty of money, and you will see lots and lots of city public infrastructure, street lamp poles, dividers and fences, foot-over bridge for the people to cross over. Today they are all painted, unfortunately, and these should be galvanized, and then you can also go for paint coat on top to improve the pleasing appearance. So that is something, an area where India has to focus. ILSDA, IZA, Hindustan Zinc, we have been focusing on this. So smart city, plenty of steel will come and plenty of them will be galvanized. And coming to the other areas, pre-engineered buildings, again an area, marginal growth in the beginning, plenty of galvanized steel sections are being used, steel sheets are being used. That's really growing very fast. PEB sector, that's another sector where I see huge growth possibility. The most important thing, my passionate subject, is the galvanized rebar. 1985, the Baha'i Lotus Temple, I was involved in that project, and even the one coming up in Mathura, Chandrodaya, Lord Krishna's temple, I am involved in that project. That's a huge opportunity for this country. Plenty of building and construction in the coastal areas, factory constructions, RCC apartments, many of them are coming up. And I see, whenever I attend a conference of civil engineers, they only talk about concrete cracking and concrete distress. And whatever you do, the rust in the steel, rebar, is a cancer. But if you galvanize and put it there, for 50, 80, 90 years, you will not even see any rust stain, you won't even see any concrete cracking. And today, we are putting plenty of money in our building and construction sector, particularly coastal areas and bridge columns, bridge decks on the highways. Many of these need to see galvanized rebars. And the most important thing that Minister mentioned about, even Sunil Duggalji mentioned about that, many countries, Ken would have seen, many of you would have seen, most of the bridges are all galvanized steel bridges. We don't see many in this country. Even defense also, border roads and many other areas, we should have plenty of galvanized bridges. So the opportunity is enormous in this country. Shortly, India is going to become the second largest steel producer in the world as per WSA. That means plenty of steel we are using, 85 million tons now. It's going to go to 300 million tons maybe by 2030 or 25. So India is going to produce more and more steel, more and more zinc. So where is the mismatch? Following an implementation of the mandatory standards. If you talk about standards in this country, we have excellent standards for all products, code of practice, recommended practice. Even for galvanized rebar, 1988 we drafted the standard, but not many in the audience, not many in the civil engineering community knows about that. We have standards. We don't have the awareness or we don't have the will to implement them. I think a lot of awareness on the mandatory standards is required, and the engineers should see that whatever is existing in this country, they should be implemented. Thank you, Ken.
All right, so a lot of opportunities. I want to hear a little bit more about how we overcome some of the challenges, because let's face it, you heard it this morning, India is woefully behind the world average in terms of per capita steel consumption, 61 kilos per person versus over 220, and in Canada it's 450 kilos per person. So we're woefully behind not just in steel consumption, but we're dead last in zinc usage. So we need to change that, and I'm more interested in how do we accelerate the growth where we are so far behind the rest of the developed world. So with that, I'm going to pass it on to Dr. Avtar Singh from Tata Steel to give us some of his remarks.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Avtar Singh from Tata Steel. The first thing which comes to everyone's mind when we look at or when we think about infrastructure is longevity and safety. Infrastructure development takes a long time, and thus it needs to stand the test of time, the longevity and safety. And I think galvanized protection will, and it has been seen across the world, that the protection given by galvanized on corrosion and hence the safety and hence the longevity is perhaps unparalleled. So, the usage of galvanized steels in infrastructure is should be always told in the same breath. I agree with sir on the standards being there in India. We have all types of standards. However, I think the time has now come that all of us push for mandatory standardization wherever, whether it is a BIS standard or a railway standard. The need is to work along with the Steel Ministry and the Bureau of Indian Standards and then relook on those standards to be saying that this has to be mandatorily. You don't have an option. So if the culverts or bridges or high mast lightings, whenever you have a standard for that, the thing that the corrosion protection should be inbuilt into the standard. So that is legislation and standardization. I think everybody has spoken about that and it's very important. It's the need of the hour to do. Another important thing which I look at when I look at infrastructure is in many of the infrastructural items, the items are first fabricated and then batch galvanized. Now, there is this cost factor because whenever you are batch galvanizing, there are 2 or 3 major issues. One is to do with cost because you're not able to control the weight or the thickness of the coating. You tend to use cyanide baths. So it is also important that we try and move into, for example, hot rolled galvanized. Hot rolled galvanized is something where we don't really see it in India, but there's a huge potential. And hot rolled galvanized products can very well go into infrastructure. They'll help reduce cost. They will help reduce the load on the environment. No more cyanide baths. No more of these carcinogenic passivations will be there. Thus, I think the industry leaders need to think on how do we put up these continuous galvanizing lines, which will then feed into the infrastructure segment. 2 more points from my side. One is that though it is a galvanizing seminar, but then there has to be some more basic research where we say that whether it is zinc coatings or zinc containing coatings, to be able to work seamlessly, to be able to bring other elements to increase the life or the corrosion warranties of the product. Thus, some basic research is required to be able to say that, we know the life and the advantages of zinc, but look at zinc containing coatings and then try and increase the life of the structures. So, just like people are saying that for the structures, they have to withstand high winds, it has to be earthquake proof. Hence, I would say that it has also to be corrosion proof. And that structure should be designed such that 50, 70 years, we need not have a look at it. So those are my thoughts on this particular subject. The thought of making it mandatory and standardization by working together with the Steel Ministry and BIS, the need to have continuous lines to be feeding into the infrastructure material and the basic research so that we are able to improve upon the corrosion warranties of the product. Thanks.
Well, thanks for those excellent and very relevant points of view, Avtar. Finally, I'm going to call on Mr. Dilip Bhatt. He manages probably the largest amount of galvanized steel produced from any single plant. Am I right? Yeah. So who better to ask and to tell us about the galvanized opportunities and some of the challenges that we face as a nation?
Ken, thank you for your kind introduction. And my panel members, everyone has expressed his views and how do we improve the consumption and the standards related thing. And I must tell you, end of the day, it's how do you make yourself competitive? It's very important. As a nation, we just use around 4 kg of galvanized steel, whereas world numbers are around 35, 38 kg usage point of view. So we are far, far behind. So if you look at if somebody dissect the process, what are the reasons? You will realize, end of the day, it's a cost. And still, if you look at many of the industries or the poor people and many parts of the country are still using the asbestos sheet, even though there has been restriction world over. If you go to US or Europe, it's been absolutely banned. So what needs to be done? So it's only every time we talk about the government responsibility, isn't it we all sitting here are responsible for the social welfare and social causes of the larger population of this nation? It's a question we need to debate and ensure that we have a suitable reply to that. I was talking to Honorable Minister that railway platforms are still having the asbestos sheets. And in Mumbai, like Victoria Terminus or Churchgate Station has still got the asbestos sheet. And it's been corroding over a period of, I don't know when it's been set up. If I remember as a kid, when I used to travel, you could see that. And coming back to Standard, Avtar and Ken has been, I've been interacting with him. I'll give you a small example of a country like Ethiopia. If you go to Ethiopia and if you are landing at this capital called Addis Ababa, and if you happen to be on the window seat, you will see everywhere corrugated sheets. The reason I am sharing that country has set up a norms which are being strictly abided by the nation. Not only the nation, the supplier. The onus is on the supplier. The coating on 0.20 millimeter thickness, 183 GSM. Anything below that has been rejected and you are supposed to take it back. There are no compromises. So it's very important we as a producer must have also a responsibility to deliver a right product. We have been seeing a cheap product coming from many parts of the world, and especially from China. People have imported Z40 GSM kind of a stuff. They have imported maybe less than Z40. I being responsible for the coated product, we got some of the samples tested in various labs, independent labs also, apart from we did it. If you look at the color coating sheets with 10 micron coating top of the Z40 GSM, what do we expect? So it's very important, which Ken has been emphasizing everything. It's very, very important and critical to educate the people. And that role responsibility lies with the companies and the people who with we work. So, Tarun talked about replacement. It's all alternative product. And if we are not competitive, certainly you will see PVC pipes has really seeped in the market. The building I stay, the complete piping system is PVC. So internal fittings are PVC. So the options are available. And I can firmly believe that it's a call. Industry in totality has to, holistic view has to be taken. How do we remain competitive? So name of the game will be competitive. Today, Tarun has been able to sell, but time is not very far where we all will see the replacement, all alternative product coming in the market. So when Mr. Duggal spoke in the morning about the partnership, that partnership has to be valued and looked at in a real terms. How do we really enhance the consumption? Otherwise, we'll keep on discussing and debating. That's what I believe, Ken. We produce 1.8 million tons. First half has been wonderful. And the way economy has been growing, I'm sure and very, very optimistic. As a person, I'm very optimistic. So things will move, keep on moving. One more element, Ken, another minute I'll take it, the trade barriers. If you look at the trade barriers world over, that's going to be a challenge, not for our country, world over. Because look at America, look at Europe, everybody, including us, we are getting into barrier zone. So there's no option, because if somebody has been able to produce a cheaper product, under quality product, and he is going to dent your market, how do you protect it? So it's very, very important. We need to enhance our technology as well as the customers' knowledge, especially in the rural areas. We ourselves should produce a right product and sell it. Immaterial who does what. So that's what I felt I must share with this forum. Thank you.
So we have taken over 30 minutes of fame. I want to thank the panelists for sharing their views, outlining the opportunities. Overall, a good news story. What I think everybody in this room needs to take back, and in your local market, is to take action and make sure that every project that you supply, that you have to start pushing for the use of galvanized steel and explain, and you have all kinds of resources both at IZA and within your own companies and other companies on this, represented on this dais. So please start promoting the use of galvanized steel and prove that you can actually lower the cost of the project over time. So total cost of ownership of that particular bridge, solar panel, et cetera, is much better served but through the use of galvanized. So design in the use of galvanized right from the start. I've been told I can take one question, and I want that question from the floor to be something that somebody can offer us a solution on how to overcome some of the barriers. We talked about trade barriers, we talked about the lack of mandatory enforcement and of the use of galvanized steel. So one question, please, from the floor. Anybody? Yes, sir. Dr. Khanna.
Thank you very much. I think all the panel members spoke about the need of R&D. But I'm a professor at IIT Bombay and perhaps specialist in corrosion. And I'm really finding that the lot of things which you are talking about, the product availability in the market, but the corresponding research output and awareness for that thing is very, very minimum. I know last 25 years I'm doing research in corrosion, and I know zinc, without zinc, corrosion cannot occur. Galvanization is one product which I have seen steel industry has become very, I will say, important, that without corroding, they have now the galvanizing plant next to their, coil coating plants. That is very good. But a lot of zinc is also used in cold galvanizing along with the, as a primers for coatings. I think that is a very big thing. And I find today, there itself, the quality of the zinc, purity of the zinc is very, very important. I am a consultant to the Silox company, and they say that the way zinc has to be made, if its microstructure, another thing is changed, it can give a different kind of thing. So the point which I am telling you is that it is very important that some part of this whole production thing should be converted into several research projects which can go into that. Very recently, we did a project on the use of galvanization steel in the cars at IIT Bombay, and I think tomorrow we are giving a result of that. I think that part has to go in a very nice manner, and all big producers who are doing this thing, they should make some kind of projects like that and given to the good educational institution and other people to study onto that and simultaneously make a nice way of creating that awareness in that.
Absolutely. So thank you very much for those comments, Dr. Khanna.
I like to take your few minutes. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Backside. So, as Mr. Dilip rightly said, that we all combined have to do efforts, as Mr. Tanna also said, in a development, in R&D, in various other uses of the zinc and steel combined. So, one thing is very, very important, apart from everything, all these, the strong bonding among the producers of steel, backward, forward, and then zinc. All we must have a strong bonding to increase the uses of the steel zinc in the market and avoid all other substitute products. And that bonding should be like a partnership, and we should flow everything behind that with a full force to increase the zinc consumption, steel consumption in the country. Because this is very much misnomer that in world steel consumption is 200 kg, in India it is 61 kg per capita. It is misnomer, because it is a huge population in the country with a less of land availability. So that we cannot achieve that steel consumption which we are seeing in the world. So we should be practical enough and should try to increase our consumption with a practical manner in the country. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that concludes this session. I want to thank all the panelists that shared their views, their opinions. Please give them a big round of applause. And with that, I'd like to bring the session to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll request our moderator and the panelists to be there with us for a minute more on the stage. I'd like to request our moderator for the session, Mr. Kenneth D'Souza, to present mementos to our panelists for, indeed, their splendid efforts for enlightening us for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Mr. D'Souza, please step forward as we present these certificates and mementos. Volunteers, would you please get the certificates and the mementos? We'd like to present the certificate and the memento at the first to Mr. Avtar Singh. Avtar sir, please step forward and please, volunteers. And all of us will be joining our hands together as we have the felicitations. Please, volunteers, come forward, Peter. Yeah, so in the middle so that we can have a better picture. Thank you so much, Mr. Avtar Singh, for the first one for Mr. Avtar Singh. We have the memento and the certificate. Yeah, that's fine. Avtar sir, please be there with us. We have this, I'd like to call Dilip Bhatt sir. Dilip sir, please join us. Thank you so much for your valuable comments, your insights. Dr. Pug, please join us. It is indeed our honor that you began the panel discussion. Thank you so much. Dr. Pug, please join us. I'd like to request Ken sir to present it to sir. Sir, thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much for that insight. Beta certificate bhi aap aage likha jate rahiye. We have the memento for Tarun Baldua. Tarun sir, please join us. Thank you so much once again. Our gratitude. And lastly, but surely not the least, Vijay Murthy sir, please join us. Thank you. I'd like to request the moderator and also the panelists for a group photograph before we disperse. Sir, a group photograph before we disperse with the panel discussion. Once again, many thanks to Mr. Kenneth D'Souza, Dr. Pug, Dilip Bhatt, Vijay Murthy, Tarun Baldua, Avtar Singh. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that very interesting panel discussion that took us through a great journey of opportunities and challenges that lie for the galvanized steel. Thank you so much. Once again, applause for them. Thank you. And moving ahead, we'd like to, which is indeed our honor to once again request Mr. Stephen Wilkinson, Executive Director, International Zinc Association, to join us for the keynote on zinc market potential and global application. Once again, a very good afternoon, Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Wilkinson, please.
Thank you. Well, good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. A very difficult panel to follow because I think we saw some great comments and some great expertise. I'm going to take a 37,000-foot view of the business and take a look. So here's the outline of my presentation. And I'm going to wander around the audience a little bit because then it stops you from falling asleep. But Basically, I'm going to talk a bit about the IZA, the International Zinc Association, and its background, talk a little bit about environment and sustainability, which really does now tie into marketing programs for our products, new zinc demand, a little bit about zinc and health, which also ties into our marketing of our products, and then a summary. Well, the International Zinc Association is celebrating its 25th anniversary this year. And I think that the zinc producers have been very supportive on ensuring that we meet our vision. And our vision is a world where zinc is recognized as sustainable and essential for modern life. And when people think about steel, zinc, and other metals, they don't think about modern life. They think about, oh, it's an extractive industry. Oh, it's a dirty business. Oh, but no, our products go into helping make us drive our car to work, help our buildings at work, help our houses. We are instrumental in all the aspects of modern life. And I think that's what we want to get across when we talk about the world of zinc. Our mission is very straightforward for IZA. It's really representing our global partners and our global zinc producers in terms of growing and protecting the world markets for zinc. And we've got very good messages to talk about because we've got very good initiatives that all are sustainable, and they're in the areas of technology and market development, environment and health, and communications. We have 34 zinc members globally. That number has shrunk. If you take a look even here in India, there used to be Banani Zinc. If you look at the mergers of Glencore and Xstrata and Falconbridge and Noranda, we've seen a shrinking industry in terms of numbers of players, yet a growing industry in terms of number of tons. We have 183 affiliate members, including over 25 steel mills, over 30 galvanizers, fertilizer companies, who are supporting our programs financially, but also by leading the way in educating their customers and their stakeholders in what we're trying to achieve. And then we have a number of associate members who are people like ILSDA and galvanizing associations globally and so on. So we're global. As I said, we have 3 legs to our stool, all under the umbrella of sustainability. That's technology and market development, environment and health, and communications. Well, let's talk about sustainable development. This has become a science unto its own as people look to say, is your metal green? Does it meet our tests of environmental aspects in terms of being able to be specified for automobiles or houses? There's a program called LEED that is an organization that looks to see what are the key environmental factors that go into making your product that are going to make sure that they give you the green award and say that you should use this metal. And by the way, the automobile companies break down cars and take a look at what metals are recyclable, what aren't, what should be specified, what substitute products should be used. So there's a whole host of new skills and tools that are being used under sustainability. The life cycle inventory analysis, which takes a look at the footprint that we're actually leaving. Global stocks and flows. What is the recyclability of your metal? And when you talk about zinc, we'll talk about that in a couple of slides. The product environmental footprint I mentioned, and the circular economy. Governments like in Europe are saying we don't want new mines, we want to make sure you're recycling as much as possible so that we don't have to have a new mine being built. And the good issue with zinc is that over 60% and 75% in this country is used together with steel. And steel is one of the most recycled metals in the world. 83% of all steel is recycled. And most of that steel comes back in the same form or fashion as does zinc that it was originally cast when we first started. And if you look at the life cycle assessment, it gets very complex, but you have to look at the compilation and evaluation of outputs and inputs and the potential environmental impacts of a product through its whole lifetime. Not just at the outset from the mine for the metal, but into the manufacturing process. And by the way, when you get these tools, you can then compare a galvanized steel product against aluminum, plastics, and other materials. And we don't get into the Coke versus Pepsi war, but we get into the communications aspect of saying zinc meets your targets from a sustainability point of view. Let's talk about environment. Well, let's do a test. We don't have any exams on this course, but let's take a look at these materials, things like PCBs, flame retardants, phthalates, I can't even pronounce some of these, zinc. One of these things is not like the others. And if you guessed zinc, you're absolutely right. So, but why have I got zinc up there? Because Washington State, far top of the northwest corner of the United States, decided that they should ban zinc from most outdoor product usages, which means galvanized steel, means zinc sheets, means street furniture that would be close to the ground. And they said zinc is a toxic threat. And it's not. Even their own scientists said it's not. So IZA put together a lobbying effort together with steel companies, together with galvanizers, and basically, the long story short, we got zinc taken off the list because they were using the wrong science to come up with their evaluations. And it's important that we understand this because people will hop to the wrong conclusions based on the wrong science. And so we've been able to fight these initiatives successfully because we have the science at IZA. One of the key scientific aspects, and it affects galvanizers in the US, is in terms of water discharge, but what we're doing now is working with the USPA, US EPA, to put together a package that they actually use for copper to use the BioLig model, which is the most modern way of measuring zinc in soils and in waters and so on. But yet they weren't using it because they didn't have the money to finish the project. So we've got a $700,000 project, of which we're putting about $100,000 in with the EPA so that they will adopt that tool and stop this issue that we just saw in Washington State. Now listen to this. Just this year, some California congressman said, let's get rid of zinc oxide in tires because it's a problem. Now, from a chemical point of view, you really can't get rid of zinc oxide in tires. Actually, you might be able to substitute lead oxide, perhaps, which would be problematic, but zinc oxide doesn't create any problems. Now, we still are not certain as to the motivation of this type of legislation, but again, with an effort with the automobile companies, with the tire and rubber people, we got that stricken from the record. But these things do pop up. The good news is we have a very good environmental message to talk about zinc. And that should be key and foremost in any of our discussions with government officials and with our own stakeholders and customers. There's a number of regulatory programs we're working on. Thank heavens you don't live in Europe, because they invent most of the new environmental regulations that happen. They've got a REACH program, which is a risk assessment aspect that has cost billions of dollars to industry and to the governments to show that zinc is not a problem. But we've gone through this exercise, and like many governments, they've decided, others have said, hey, this is a pretty good thing, creating jobs. We'll start that. So Korea has started a REACH initiative. And it means putting together these dossiers of huge information packages. But again, we've got that information. I don't think it will hit India, thank heavens. We've got an issue with zinc and waters in Europe. We've just won that case, which is very positive. We're looking at energy trading systems, BREF notes, which are production. What are the best production processes to use in order to reduce air emissions, for example? And then nanozinc has been an issue which so far has been positive from any test work that we've encountered. I'm going to move to a different subject, zinc and fertilizer, and Dr. Das is here today, who manages that program here in India. And basically it ties into the fact that there's a correlation of the deficiency in humans, very high here in India, and the deficiency of the soils, because that means the crops aren't getting the zinc content that they require. And so therefore the people aren't getting the zinc content that they require. And you take a look at zinc added to the zinc deficient soils versus without, and you see a 10% differential in the growth rates by adding zinc to the soils that gets into the crops. As well, the zinc nutrients within the crop go up about 30%. So it's a huge win from that perspective. And here's some examples: improved rice grain. Here's a yield increase of 30%. So not only does this help the plant, it helps the farmer. So the farmer gets more income by spending a little more money in terms of that. And if you take a look at the tonnage increase we've seen since we started the program in 2004, 2005, it's been gigantic. And globally, we've taken this market that from 2015, 250,000 tons today, which when we started was about 40,000 tons. A consulting firm out of Switzerland is saying they forecast 400,000 tons of zinc units for the world in 2018. So a huge new market. So why do I put this into a galvanizing conference? Because we got assigned the issue of what can we do as IZA to help a market. The board said, you've got to resource it right. And when we looked at spending $50,000 a year on trying to get this increase, it wasn't going to work. They said, you've got to spend $400,000 a year over 7 to 8 years to have an impact and get the right experts. And so that's what we did. And I think we can take that same message to a lot of our own companies: focus, do it big, do it right. But we can also take it to our galvanizing segment here as we get into the next one. So by the way, now zinc in fertilizers accounts for 2% of the global market. It wasn't even on the radar screen before. So a huge effort of good input and good output. And supported by over 30 different fertilizer companies, including big ones here, Tata and zinc sulfate producers, such as Rubiman, right here in India. So it's been a very successful program. So let's turn to galvanizing. Well, we heard this morning that steel's unique advantages are compromised by rust and corrosion. And we heard this morning as well, the statistics vary a little bit, but anywhere from 3 to 5% of GDP goes towards trying to fix up the corrosion problems that could have been fixed in the first place by ensuring that that steel was protected. So huge, huge global costs, and huge costs here in India as well. So let's look at the automobile. And we take a look at the Ford 150, because there's another dimension of this whole process, is that we compete with other metals. So last year, the Ford 150 made a decision to go to aluminum body panels. And you say, well, okay, one truck, 17,000 tons a year out of 14 million tons, not huge. Well, it is a big deal. They spent a lot of money getting there. It hasn't quite worked as well as they thought. They've got some corrosion issues with the steel and the aluminum mixed up. Some ads are showing that if you drop a toolkit in the back cab, that it makes a huge dent versus steel. So we are in a war with other metals when we talk galvanized steel, and we can't ignore that. So for the last 10 years or so, we've had a consortium called GAP, which is 23 steel companies, a car company, General Motors, the paint companies, other suppliers, spending $1.2 million a year. We just heard about what research do we need. And this research is taking a look at what can we do with the new high-strength steels to ensure that they are galvanizable without any defects. And by the way, the thinner the steel, the more you need the zinc, because you'll be able to poke your finger through the steel if it starts corroding. So this is a very positive. But more importantly, we had to take weight out of the car to meet Obama's miles per gallon objective in the United States. And of course, things that get developed, they get developed globally within the steel industry from that perspective. So these steel companies are working on what's the best way of managing the bath management of the steel going through the bath. And they've come up with a new alloy, for example, that allows a thinner coating of zinc on the steel using mag. And I think that this is the type of innovation that keeps us in the business long term. And by the way, IZA is putting about $140,000 into this $1.2 million program. So we're getting very good leverage. And we're actually managing the program, and the steel companies are actually paying us to manage that program, so it's a win-win all the way for our industry. And you can go to our website, www.zinc.org, and see some of the results of what's happening in that segment. But how do you take these accomplishments? And by the way, when you work with, on the research side, with the steel companies and then with the car company, the market development happens a little more easily because you've got the whole chain in the process. And I won't bore you with all the technical achievements that Frank Goodwin and his team have achieved, but they're significant. But now we've also seen taking this research and development and taking it to India and to China. So we've seen now car companies in India starting to use galvanized steel. And there's a 350,000 ton opportunity by using more for zinc if the Chinese car companies went to the same level of usage as Europe or USA. In India, the numbers are lower. I think, Ken, you gave me a number of about 40 or 50,000 potential tons of zinc if car companies in India use galvanized steel in the same relationship as they do in USA and Europe. And, you know, we put an ad out that we haven't really formalized, but we said, well, let's step back. Let's put an end to rust. And some people are going to say, well, India doesn't have that problem because we don't have snow and you don't put salt on the... Well, Ken D'Souza did a study this year, I think you're going to comment on it, that shows that the rust on the cars in the coastal areas was worse than in Detroit, Michigan, where they get salt and on the roads because of the close being the salt water. And as an Indian consumer, and you're an Indian consumer of cars, why aren't you demanding a 10-year rust warranty like the rest of the world? Why do you take your car, pay $100 equivalent in rupees, and then go get it rust-proofed afterwards, which, by the way, doesn't work? Ridiculous, because it's going to cost $100 extra to galvanize the car in the first place. So how, as an industry and as a consumer here in India, do you tell the government, you've got to produce cars that have got zinc-coated body panels? And we've got to make that happen. Because a car is one of the biggest expenditures we have as a family, certainly here in India, certainly at home in Canada and US. So let's put an end to rust. How do we generate that interest to get that legislation in place? And by the way, there are some car companies that are starting to do that. We shouldn't ignore that. Certainly the VW and Marie have started, but it's not enough. We heard this morning that there's a safety aspect to corrosion. This is not rebar, but it's a picture of a metal support beam in a parking garage in northern Ontario, Canada, a little place called Elliott Lake that used to be a uranium mining community, now a retirement community. 2 ladies killed. Parking garage collapsed. And then, of course, the investigations happened. Why did this collapse? Well, first of all, they used galvanized steel. That would have been a major issue, but there were engineering flaws in the design. There were issues with the engineering annual reviews and who certified what. But clearly, if it had been galvanized, you wouldn't have this issue. And I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. We have to impress upon government authorities that safety is a huge issue. If I'm not mistaken, you've just had some major bridge issues here in India. Not necessarily all related to the lack of using galvanized steel, but I suspect it's there in a big way. Now, here's a picture that tells a million words. It's a seawall in Cape Town, that on the right-hand side, they used galvanized rebar, and then they ran out of money in the project, so they had to use black bar. So a couple of years later, what happens? You see the corrosion and the staining and the spalling of the concrete. So it's a perfect project to say, on the one hand, you use it and pay a little more. On the other hand, pay me later, big time, to go fix it. In the U.S., we're going to talk reinforcing steel now. The epoxy industry 25, 30 years ago did a wonderful, wonderful job. They convinced the Department of Transportation that this paint cover was the best thing since sliced bread, that you won't have corrosion issues, pay 25% more than the black bar, get this epoxy. We've got an epoxy institute, we've got a technical service, we've got advertising, and they bought it. And then 25 years later, they're saying, it doesn't work. You get pinholes in this epoxy, you get moisture, you get scratches, and you get damage done at the site, and it corrodes. And we now have more than 4 states and 2 Canadian provinces who are saying, we're not doing epoxy anymore. And others who are in the middle of, I just read a report last night, Martin, from Shannon saying there's another state doing a study to see about epoxy. And so you say, well, this is a great opportunity for galvanized steel. Guess what? Stainless steel also said the same thing. They're saying, this is a fantastic opportunity. So they're spending gobs of money promoting their product and actually getting success. They've just won a bridge in Quebec. They've won one in Michigan, that's a connector in Detroit, Windsor, between Canada and the U.S. And they're going up and they're saying the tonnage. My counterpart in the Nickel Institute's happy, saying, look what we're doing in stainless. And so we've said, well, we better do something here for galvanized steel. So IZA has done some numbers, and you can do the back of the envelope, but there's a 125 to 200,000 ton potential market in zinc globally for galvanized steel. On the left-hand side of that picture, you'll see that IZA also helped develop a semi-continuous galvanizing line, and there's a line operating in China that's going 7 days a week, 9 strands. There's one in Dubai, and soon to be one in the U.S. One of the major galvanizing companies there has adopted that and building 3 or 4 others. And we said we better put our own marketing program together. And so with the help of Frank Goodwin, Martin Gagné here, we put together a technical brochure, Marketing 101. It's available on our website. Raul will make it available to you. But it's got all the things an engineer will need to look at to say, how do you evaluate this product? We put together a website that gets into even more detail, FAQ, technical issues, references of studies that have been done in the past, and so on. We've put together a technical service center where we got a line where people will answer questions about for engineering companies. And then you'll take a look at, well, what success have we had at galvanized rebar? There's a new bridge just north of New York City called the Tappan Zee Bridge, now called the New Bridge, using 60,000 tons of steel. And they're all galvanized. A huge, perfect example, because what we need is case studies to show the world why galvanizing works. This is an ad from AZZ of the new rebar, which they're calling GalVbar, which has a thinner coating, but same or better protection, but it provides flexibility. So the 30 micron or 50 micron coating rather is bendable at the site, again solving some of the logistical problems that users experience when they don't want to, because of time commitments and so on. So it's got some technical advantages, this new process. Let's look at another market, thermal spraying. Interesting, I was just at a Galvanizing Association meeting in the States. Is thermal spraying a competitor, or is it part of the protection package? Some galvanizers have their own thermal spraying units, some don't. Those that don't say it's competitive. But let's face it, not all structures fit into a galvanizing bath, and thermal spraying has got some great applications. So we, as IZA, worked with the windmill industry for the offshore windmills and said these should be thermal sprayed because the people who have to go out in the boats and repaint every 2 or 3 years don't want to do that in the North Sea north of Germany. And so they want 25 years of protection. And we said, you should add paint, but put the paint over the thermal spraying, which actually technically adheres to the thermal spraying better than it does to the steel. And we think there's a 40,000 ton a year market there. Martin has just been successful in a project in getting this whole concept of thermal spraying into ships and boats. So we've got an experiment in Sweden looking at galvanizing a boat. We're going to look at the maintenance records of paint versus what they have with the thermal spraying. And we're looking at the naval options. You just gave a speech in San Diego, and I think the U.S. Mega Rust conference, and where they said rust is one of their bigger enemies, which I think is a real slogan. So how do we help the armies and the navies with rust protection? Because it's a huge issue. And finally, here in India, Rahul's got an experiment going on with the Ministry of Railways to galvanize the rails. Because of a long story, they're not lasting as long as they should, but the thermal spraying will give them that extra life. Zinc die castings, and although this is a galvanizing conference, I can't ignore a key chunk of the market for zinc, and we've just got an exciting program going on here in India. First of all, IZA and particularly Frank Goodwin have helped design 2 new alloys to ensure that we can protect ourselves against aluminum and have weight advantages against them. So the thin wall alloy and the high fluidity alloy have come on the market very strongly. We just had a very successful international die casting conference in Italy. 3 years ago, we had one with 90 participants. We had 150 this year. And here in India, we're about to set up a die casting center through DST and facilitating a loan from the CFC and I just saw some of your products, and they're fantastic. I mean, these are world beaters. Not only will this product sell well in India, it's going to be an export for the rest of the world. So here in India, I think we're going to take a leadership role now in die casting, and that ties in nicely with Hindustan Zinc's announcement today of their new DC alloy product that they've got. We also, I think I heard today that one of the comments earlier was we do have good research. How do we communicate it? And part of the way is through these conferences. At this conference here, there's one going on right now as we talk in China, and some of these are on production methods, because if we have poor production, we're going to shoot ourselves in the foot by having bad product out there, and we've got to ensure that you have the right process capabilities to make good quality product from an image point of view. There's a similar program going on in Latin America, in Argentina next month. And here in India, we've had a number of huge programs. We had that training program that was funded by the CFC for training galvanizers, and Mike Ainsley was instrumental in going around and involved in that. Pug, you were involved as well. Promotion to government and public authorities continues. Application, I just mentioned the Indian Railways, the galvanized rebar program, thermal spraying, and automotive. And together, if you add up the total money that IZA is spending here in India, it's more than $200,000 a year. And that probably isn't enough. It means that you people also have to get out there and educate your stakeholders and your customers and so on to do the job that's needed. And we're there to give you help doing that. We've got the tools, we've got the techniques, and so on. Okay, let me conclude on a subject that I talked about last time, but it's still close to our hearts, and that's zinc, which is essential for health. And I said to someone lately, zinc is in my blood, but actually that's good that it's in my blood, because we need it every day. And it was a couple of years ago that Bjorn Lomborg of the Copenhagen Consensus, a think tank with 6 Nobel laureates on it, said children's malnutrition is the #1 world problem, and this group ranks the world problems: oil crisis, health, AIDS, malaria. But above even AIDS and malaria, he's saying that malnutrition, and you could solve that with vitamin A and zinc. And so with, and by the way, one of his theses is that all the research has been done in zinc, just like what we heard. It's not a matter of doing more research, it's a matter of getting it out into the marketplace. And here are the statistics, pretty sad. 75% of child's deaths from and pneumonia are in 15 countries, and unfortunately, India leads the way. And the zinc helps the immune system, which gets at that diarrhea aspect and so on. So it's not only good for after the fact when you get diarrhea, but it's preventative as well. And they're not getting zinc in their diets, but we can give them zinc sachets with other aspects. So what my chairman at the time said, what are you doing about this? So we went to UNICEF and said, we'd like, as a sustainability program for the zinc industry, to contribute to UNICEF. And UNICEF said to us, we don't want your money. You're a dirty industry. You know, you extract, it's a dirty industry. Why would we want your money? We don't take it from Hershey chocolate bars. We don't take it from Nestle because of the water, food, and baby feeding. Why would we take it from you? It took us a year to negotiate that contract with UNICEF, which we did, and we donated $1 million a year for 3 years, and in Peru and Nepal. And we made a difference. I don't need to read all the statistics about how we saved a number of lives, but how UNICEF brought the levels down. But more importantly, what happened was that the government saw the success of this program, and they're now spending $9 million a year on micronutrients to make Peru a better place. And even UNICEF said, we can't take credit, you can't take credit because the government has to take credit. Fine. But we know we were instrumental in making that difference. So we've ramped back our funding as IZA, but our member companies have picked it up. Now, Vijay, I put in Hindustan Zinc because Hindustan Zinc is very close to doing a deal with UNICEF, but hasn't been done yet, but hopefully soon. But other companies like Tech, MMG, Lundin, Pignoles, and Votorantim, with Pignoles and Zinc Nationale being the latest one to start a program in Mexico. So zinc is natural, it's essential, it's recyclable, durable, sustainable, all positive. Now, if we can just show the video, some of you may have seen it running outside. We got the video? Ready to go.
This is more than just a rock. What if we told you this rock was an essential mineral that makes steel last much longer, helps us get from point A to point B, shelters us, and helps power our world? And this mineral impacts how we enter a room, light up a room, entertain in a room. This mineral also lets us laugh out loud or send a love letter. It helps us cross rivers, solo at Carnegie Hall, and take the last train home. A mineral that keeps us toasty on cold nights, soothes even the most delicate skin, and keeps ourselves looking, well, hot, but not too hot. But beyond our daily lives, it sustains actual life. This mineral is essential for all living things and vital to how our bodies function, especially for kids. It helps those in developing countries survive and live healthier, more productive lives, and helps plants grow and become more nutritious. Now you see, from everyday things to life itself, this mineral is profoundly essential. Because it's recyclable, this entire process is repeatable forever. It's versatile, sustainable, and durable too. Because this mineral is zinc. Zinc, essential for modern life.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions? Questions? Nano zinc is, first of all, zinc oxide is less than 10% of the total market for zinc, but nano zinc is even more minuscule, 0.001%. It's used in sunscreens, for example, some dandruff things. And the issue was, does the nano zinc get into the skin? If it gets into the skin, is there a problem?
Very, very big scope.
Well, what they're mainly using zinc sulfates and oxide for that. There's a spray that is also foliar spray that also helps the crop growth right at the end of the crop growth. It's an expensive process, more expensive than just putting it into the ground at the outset of the season. And Dr. Das is here somewhere. He can probably answer that much better.
Sir, are you working with some pharmaceutical or food companies for this malnutrition projects or something like that?
No, there's a number of, we're working with UNICEF primarily, and UNICEF has a very strict policy of where they source their material from, their zinc tablets. So the zinc tablets are made in a number of different parts of the world that they source. One is in Lille, France. And we've talked about, one of our zinc companies talked about, could we get into the business of making that? It's a very tricky, high process business that requires certain standards to be met. And so it's, but we're not involved in that process itself, just the application. Oh.
Hi. Hi. Can you have some research available, or you can do that research, that water flowing into the zinc pipeline for human body is much, much better than the water flowing into the PVC and CVC pipeline, so that people can understand that zinc is important for the human body?
Well, first of all, we know zinc's, I'm not sure if I understand the total question, except that we know zinc is important for the human body.
Yeah.
But there are a number of people out there that don't believe zinc's good for in the waters or the soils. But at certain levels,
well, it is an idea. If you can get some type of analysis on this.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
This will increase the zinc consumption on the pipe and reduce the consumption which is taking place in PVC, CPVC pipeline nowadays.
Well, I think what we ought to look at doing is an what they call life cycle analysis, where you do an environmental comparison of making zinc pipe or tubing and PVC.
That is already there.
It's already there.
But if you link it to the human health, then it will be more powerful, and the uses can be again turned around to the zinc coated pipeline.
Well, to a certain degree, you know, people, well, when I went to a UNICEF meeting recently, they said, oh, the zinc industry must be doing very well because of your UNICEF program. I said, no, we sell 0.00001% to the pharmaceutical industry. It's nothing. We're doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But we are getting the benefit of the public relations. The UNICEF contract is yay thick. They don't sign up anybody. And we have on our business cards, the Zinc Saves Kids at the back. And when we go into a government office, we show them that first, they're shocked. Well, I thought zinc was a nasty. How could UNICEF be supporting Zinc Saves Kids? Well, because we need it in our body. It opens up the whole discussion of why we need it, 15 mgs a day of zinc in our body to operate. And these are PhDs we're talking to. You know, this is very surprising that, you know, they're on this other side of the kick and don't realize this part. So I think you use that Zinc Saves Kids where possible and that whole health aspect. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be having more questions. I see a hand there. So maybe offline during the lunch break, we can interact. Mr. Wilkinson shall be there. Thank you. Moving ahead, we now move towards our next segment, where we are delighted to have amongst us Mr. Vinay Mahashabde, CTO, Tata Steel. So please join us and as we deliberate with you on the notion galvanizing the Indian experience. Ladies and gentlemen, dear guests in the house, let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Vinay Mahashabde. A very good afternoon, sir. Welcome back. Mr. Vinay, please.
Thank you, ma'am. When I look around this hall, I can see a lot of hungry faces. I hope that they are hungry not only for lunch, but also to hear a few words which I am going to tell you on the galvanizing the India experience. When Rahul met me around a month back, asking me to deliver this keynote address, my first instinct was to say no. The reason being, what can I tell a group of people or group of experts in a subject where I can no way claim to be an expert? My expertise actually lies in the primary end of steel making, which is steel making and continuous casting. But then one thought occurred to me and my team that why not try and take the audience through the India story on galvanizing through the eyes of a steel plant user or steel plant who uses zinc. So what you will hear today is a story through eyes of a steel industry, the user of zinc. Given that we are at 1:30, I will try and be pretty fast and we'll be tending to skip some slides. So apologies if you find that I'm speaking too quickly or skipping some slides. We can go back to those slides if anyone would be interested. This would be the contents of the lecture. So you heard in the morning from many of the speakers differences between usage, the amount of zinc which is used in India as compared to the world. We are talking of around 8 times higher usage of zinc in the world as compared to India, 4 and the other numbers were 32. So this slide also tells you the same thing, except for China, the use of, particularly for hot rolled products, presently only 16% of the hot rolled products are galvanized. So we see a huge potential for galvanizing or use of zinc in galvanizing of galvanized steel. This slide talks about, in general, what are the various applications, categories through which hot rolled product goes. We would be focusing on the coated flats, more on galvanizing, but I would touch very quickly on some of the zinc alloy related coatings and also 1 or 2 non-zinc coatings. So now why zinc? Now we know zinc provides corrosion protection. This is actually should be read as perforation corrosion rather than corrosion-free life. But the main issue is how much protection, for how many years. A protection can be for a year or can be for 15 years. So this slide tells us around the number of years which is expected out of galvanized steel to be safe from corrosion. So for automotive it would be 12 years, for appliances and white goods around 15 years. And for construction and structural, we expect that it will be 50 or more. Now, this slide talks about the evolution of zinc-coated steel in the world. The highlighted blue parts indicate the important aspects with respect to galvanizing. 1980 was a big year when the development of a continuous furnace hot-dip galvanized steel happened. Prior to that, it was more of electro-galvanized, which had issues of productivity and cost. And nowadays, you will find most of the lines are hot-dip galvanized. 1990, galvannealed steel came into being, which found a lot of applications in automotive. And from 2000, and this galvannealed steel was more towards the Far East. The Japanese prefer galvannealed steels, while the Europeans and the Americans, they prefer GI for automotive application. Now let's look at India's readiness for zinc-coated steel markets. Now, Indian demand for zinc-coated is increasing, and that's the good news for the zinc industry. The awareness about galvanized products and their benefits have resulted in that demand. And we expect, and if you see, the growth has been over a decade at 11% CAGR, which is a pretty very healthy growth. And we expect that this rise to continue and reach 8,000 KT by 2017 end. Now, Indian makers who cater to the demand of coated steel. So this is a list of Indian steel makers who cater to that. And primarily they consist of cold rolled substrates being galvanized through hot dip process. GPGC are volume products in India, while GA for automotive is under custody of few select businesses. With commissioning of the new galvanizing lines at Vijayanagar for GSW and the POSCO lines in Maharashtra, now we have, along with us, we have 3 companies who can actually supply automotive GA in the country. Now, this slide talks about various end applications in automotive for zinc-coated steel. I will not go through it because most of this information would be known to all of you. Now, the issue is we cannot escape corrosion. Now, these are the various environmental factors which would be there, and this lead to corrosion. If you look at the corrosion map, if you see most of the area around the coast which includes some of the biggest cities with a very dense car population, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai. So these are the cities which have extremely severe, I would say, tendency towards corrosion. And this is the reason why we think that the usage of galvanizing steel in the country will keep on growing up in automotive. Now, what amount of zinc will ensure that it is able to fight against perforation corrosion? So if you look at the 7 to 10 micron zinc coating, which is around 90 GSM, this is the actual study made by a Swedish organization. It tells you that the hemline, which is the most prone to corrosion in a car, can survive without corrosion for 11 years. So it tells you how important galvanizing steel for automotive is. And because of this, galvanized products are being sought by all the automakers. A few trends, what we see is significant growth of demand for high-strength steels. And now people are also moving in for galvanized steels in exposed panels. So these are major trends which we are seeing. All automotive galvanizing, that would mean all automotive galvanizing lines which have been built today in the last 2 years or which are going to be built in future, they need to be aligned to be able to produce exposed panels. Now, how do we judge their readiness in this regard? So this is a famous banana curve. Most of the steel makers would be aware. This only talks of as strength increases, the ductility in terms of elongation keys comes down. Now, why do automakers require to go through high strength steels? The reasons are very evident. Need to reduce car weight, hence it reduces the carbon footprint, environmentally far superior. And we expect INCAP guidelines to be established by 2018. So this would mean the safety of the car and the passengers sitting in the car becomes equally important. There are 2 ways of doing this: increase the thickness of the steel, thereby make it stronger, but then it actually increases the carbon footprint. So this that's where high strength steel comes into play, which helps you in not only reducing the car weight but also enhances the safety. Now, any high strength automotive, it requires a high amount of alloying. It also leads to variation in mechanical properties. And one of the big issues is uncoated spots in high strength in galvanizing steels. So the challenges involved would be we have to improve steel making, use of simulation and models to arrive at accurate process parameters so that the variations are brought down. And we require to invest in specialized heat treatment furnaces or some pre-flash coatings to ensure that the uncoated spots is not an issue when we make high-strength steels. We look at India's readiness for these kind of steels. I've talked about 3 manufacturers who have the capability. So presently, POSCO and JSW can make up to 1870. Tata Steel can make only up to 1520. These are the various technologies which can be used to define galvanizers' capability to address to the market changes of demand of high-strength steels. We talk of capability to weld AHSS, rapid jet cooling, improve wettability. This is actually to prevent uncoated spots. From productivity viewpoint, hence which translates into actually cost, high-speed galvanizing is becoming very important. For exposed panels, wider widths are important. Hence, I talked about 1870 and 1520. We require to have properly designed skin pass mills. And these are various technologies which become essential if we have to serve and meet the demands of automakers in the country who also supply to the world markets. And the competition for the Indian manufacturers is against the world's best steel manufacturers who have been supplying these kind of steels into the country. So if we want to ensure import substitution and make in India worthwhile, then our units need to be designed to take care of these issues. One change on the horizon which we see based on our experience in supplying into this market is one of the major automakers in last 3 years have moved from 0% usage of galvanized steel to around 15 to 20% of galvanized steel, and it's one of the major manufacturers. I'm talking of Maruti. So if we go in for an annealing line, then we actually are at a risk of making that line redundant, because there is a distinct possibility that CR cap requirement may shift to galvanizing tomorrow. But the CR cap requirement is not going to become zero. So how do we manage this risk? How do we de-risk? In the world, there is a new concept of combined annealing and galvanizing lines, which ensures that tomorrow if the CR moves into the requirement shifts to coated, we are still able to meet the market demands, and thereby we are able to de-risk our investments. So this is another area where the manufacturers need to look into. Now, if you look at the construction segment, here also there is good news. We expect the demand for galvanized steel in construction to grow up. Here I would like to bring in an aspect of, I think Avtar talked about use of hot roll galvanized. India presently, I don't think we have any manufacturing facility which supplies hot roll galvanized. One of the reasons why the usage of hot roll galvanizing is not so much. Why has it become popular now? With the new hot strip mills commission, we have a capable of rolling thinner and flatter with adequate surface finish. Now that helps us in replacing thicker CR. I'm talking of 1.6, 2 millimeter CR with hot roll. This is more from a viewpoint of cost. If we compare hot roll galvanized versus cold roll galvanized, I just mentioned this is replacing CR galvanized. In India, most of the hot roll galvanized is being used or manufactured through batch galvanized applications. So one of the panelists talked about cyanide-free processing and low cost. Because in batch annealing, it is very difficult to control coating weights. We are talking of upward of 400 GSM when we do batch annealing, batch galvanized applications, as compared to say 180 or 275, whichever is what would be is the requirement. This gives in details what I was mentioning. These are the various reasons why we expect that hot roll galvanizing will tomorrow shift to cold roll galvanizing will shift to hot roll galvanizing, and a lot of applications will shift to hot roll galvanizing. Moreover, we will also see changes from batch anneal, which is actually post-coating of HR, will shift to pre-coating of HR. This gives you, captures the potential for HR galvanized. We expect by FY25 the market to be 1.5 million. Now the next 3 slides will talk about various applications. Most of the people sitting in the room would be aware of various applications of galvanized steel in the construction sector. But they are, the point here is they are very wide ranging, and they use both hot roll as well as cold roll galvanized steel sheets and tubes. This is a new area with focus on renewable energy. I think a lot of focus is on solar, and it's a growing market which is picking up fast as the cost of solar power keeps on coming down with more and more improvements in the way solar power gets generated and stored. We expect that this market will actually grow at a much higher CAGR in coming years. There are various ways you can actually galvanize hot roll substrates. The combined HR galvanizing and HRPO or HRSPO, these are basically pickled and oiled. This gives added flexibility to the steel manufacturer, wherein you can produce all 3 varieties. We can actually produce HR galvanized, we can do skin passing, we can do pickling only. Now we have been talking about only galvanizing. Let's look at other zinc containing primary coatings. This slide gives various product attributes for 5 of the coatings and the advantages and disadvantages of each of them. The selection by the customer is based on the application and obviously also on the techno-economics which serves the application the best. Few slides on which are these products. The main product is a Zinc, which is produced by our sister concern in Tata Steel Europe. They are basically zinc, magnesium, aluminum alloys ranging from 1 to 11% aluminum and 1 to 3% magnesium. The coating thickness is comparable to GI. The key driver for magnesium coatings is superior salt spray life as compared to galvanized, and I understand that a lot of automakers have found them superior to GI, and they are slowly shifting to magnesium in Europe at least. Other coating is Magnelis. This is being developed and produced by ArcelorMittal Ostrava. The 3% content of magnesium creates a stable and robust defense layer against corrosion. Compared to standard zinc coating, the protective layer is 4 times thinner, so that makes it much cheaper, or with a similar thickness of coating, it will give a much higher life as compared to only galvanized. The important added value of the new safety barrier is self-healing ability of the coating. So it protects the areas which are liable to rust, cuts, welds and scratches. So this is Eco Coat, which is actually used for fuel tanks in automobile, but most across the world, one of the areas where steel has been replaced, galvanized steel has been replaced by plastic is 4-wheeler fuel tank. This is still mostly used in Japan. The point of these 3 slides are people are finding newer and newer zinc coatings like the alloy for zinc die casting. Similarly, steel manufacturers also need to research more and more, and particularly true for the Indian steel manufacturers to work and keep on developing new galvanizing coatings which would be far superior and cheaper to galvanizing coatings. So thereby it being a win-win situation for all, for the zinc industry, for the steel and the final users. One thing which we cannot forget when you talk of galvanized steels on steel is secondary coating. Secondary coating earlier was basically used only for passivation, wherein chrome 6 was the most prevalent use passivation coating. But chrome 6 being non-ROHS compliant, slowly world over is being replaced by chrome 3 or chrome free. But over the years, a lot of various other applications have been identified as secondary coatings. So few of them are thin organic based coatings which come as either both chrome 6 or chrome free. But big advantage of secondary coatings is a substantial number of functional capabilities can be added to the galvanized steel through these functional coatings. So few of them are listed here. They are self-healing, self-cleaning, lubricating coatings, photovoltaic. So these are applications which actually serve as value addition to coated steels, thereby pushing the usage of coated steels further. This also has the advantage that I don't think plastics would, I'm not very sure of aluminum, I am no expert on aluminum, but whether aluminum would have these kind of secondary coatings available and provide that functional advantages. Few of the secondary coatings for galvanized steel, I will skip the slides given paucity of time. I think we can discuss this during lunch. Few slides on non-zinc primary coatings, particularly from the view that we need to be aware of what's happening. So these are unconventional primary coatings available world over, but presently not within the Indian suppliers. So if you look at the table below, the Indian domestic supplier basically is supplying to all these applications through only hot dip galvanized. And if you see world over, there are a lot of other applications including aluminum, aluspur or alu-C, which are being used to cater to these applications. So we steel manufacturers need to work on developing this. One way of bypassing the investments for multiple primary coatings, because it is expensive, is to have developed secondary coatings which will provide you as the same functionalities as provided by the primary coatings. And here Indian domestic players are doing reasonably well, and I think in India we would be growing through secondary coatings rather than having multiple primary coatings, even though few coatings like alu-C, which is one of the very important non-zinc coating, would be very important for us to develop. This presentation has been more focused on flat products. My apologies to the long product fraternity. Just few slides on wire galvanizing. My knowledge on wire galvanizing and tube galvanizing is limited, so I will not be speaking much on this. But one of the key critical factors for pre-galvanized tubes is to ensure that after welding, the welded parts don't corrode, or the joints, all this don't corrode. So one of the ways is to spray zinc, which is used, or a electric arc spraying, which provides metallization. So there are only 3 or 4 processes available in the world which can take care of the problems of using pre-galvanized tubes. So this one area where presently I think most of all the tubes which are galvanized are post-galvanized tubes. So, and that leads to much higher coating thickness, and also problem of uniform coating inside the tubes. So pre-galvanized tubes prevents or avoids these issues, but there is the issue of ensuring the weldability, and there are few techniques which are available which can help in ensuring that. Finally, if I summarize what are the challenges which await us. So we have to develop metallic coated high strength, advanced high strength steel capabilities in our processing lines. Develop high strength metallic coatings for exposed auto panels. Research efforts need to be there for new primary and secondary coatings to impart higher corrosion life and also new functionalities. And as the coated steel usage increases, the developed world had working on how do we recycle the zinc or the coated steel. One of the important areas, coated steel is very difficult to recycle. And we in India, I don't think anybody is working on how to work on this. So this is one area where we have to work if the expected increase in use of coated steel is going to happen. Thank you very much for your attention. Questions, I am okay, but it's already nearly 2 o'clock, so I am not sure.
Thank you very much, Vinay. Once again, let's join our hands together for Vinay. At this hour, I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Wilkinson to present a memento. Vinay, that's for you. To present a memento for Vinay for that overview of galvanizing from the Indian perspective. Sir, please join us here. Welcome back on stage. Once again, let's join our hands together as we have the memento. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, if we look at the watch, it's already the lunch time. So, Mr. Stephen Wilkinson shall agree with me that we plan to have our next speaker, Mr. Duncan Hobbs, after the lunch. So at this hour, we break for lunch. So please join us outside in the pre-function area for the lunch break. And the speaker, that's Mr. Duncan Hobbs, that we shall be having post-lunch session. Once again, thank you so much. Have a refreshing lunch break. Hope to see you back after the lunch break. And as you all know that we have a networking cocktail and dinner today at the end of the conference. Please be there with us for the same. Please do remember that we have gifts for all the participants that we shall give at the end of the day 2 of the conference. So please do collect the same. Once again, hope to have you all for the networking cocktail and dinner that's going to happen today at the end of the sessions today. And tomorrow, day 2, once we conclude the conference, we have gifts for all of you. So please do collect the same. And yes, right now it's the lunch time. After the lunch, we shall be having Mr. Duncan Hobbs for Zinc Markets Outlook, Supply, Demand and Price. Thank you. Have a refreshing lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, at this hour, we are delighted to know more on the notion of zinc markets outlook, supply, demand and price trends. This issue shall be dealt by Mr. Duncan Hobbs. I invite Mr. Hobbs to join us on the stage. Mr. Hobbs. So time now for us to have a reality check on the zinc price rally, and this is the topic for our next lecture by Mr. Duncan Hobbs. Is Mr. Hobbs around? Pallavi, if we can pass on the message to Mr. Duncan Hobbs. Once again, welcome back after the lunch break. The topic for the hour is zinc markets outlook, supply, demand, and price trends. And we have Mr. Duncan Hobbs. We need to send a message for Mr. Hobbs. Let's put our hands together for Mr. Duncan Hobbs. So finally the wait is over. And yes, we're delighted that Mr. Hobbs shall be addressing us now. Reality check on the zinc price rally. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch break, and let's join our hands together to welcome Mr. Hobbs. Mr. Hobbs, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, and to the IZA for the invitation to come and speak to you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, on the outlook for the zinc metal market. So just by way of good order, first of all, just like to briefly draw your attention to this disclaimer, which in summary says that nothing of what I'm saying this afternoon is to be construed as advice in any way. And while every effort has gone into preparing the presentation, none of the information can be guaranteed. A slide about my own background, but in the interest of time, I may leave you to look at that at your leisure. And so let's come to the outline of my presentation this afternoon. I think first of all, it's very important in the zinc market to just take a look back over the last year or so to understand the price action today, to see where we have come from. So I will begin there. And then I will explain why I think we have seen a very fundamental turnaround in the zinc metal market over the first half of this year, on the supply side, on the demand side, and in terms of the world economic environment. And that can have very important implications, obviously, for pricing of all non-ferrous metals, zinc included. I'll then look at where I think we stand in the zinc metal market today. And I'll conclude with some thoughts on what we should be looking at as a guide to how zinc pricing, market balance and pricing may develop over the next months and years. So, setting the scene, if we look back over the last 5 or 6 years, you can see that for most of that time, the LME zinc metal price was trading within a bull band of about $1,800 to $2,400 US per ton in 2011, right through until the second half of last year. But then, the price began to break down. It wasn't only the zinc price, it was prices for all non-ferrous metals that began to break down under a weight of worries about the outlook for the world economy, with GDP growth forecasts being downgraded, with worries about the slowdown in China in particular, weighing on people's expectations for the market outlook, worries about geopolitical stability around the world, all sorts of worries. And that basically led investors in the fund community to sell commodities, zinc included. And you can see the price really starting to break down, and broke down below the bottom end of that range in the third quarter of last year, below $1,800 a ton. And then almost exactly 12 months ago, we had an announcement from Glencore, which is the world's largest zinc mining company, saying that they were going to be cutting their production at the headline level, at least they announced to the market, by about 500,000 tons. And immediately following that announcement, we had a huge bounce in the zinc price. If I remember rightly, the intraday move on the LME was one of the largest, if not the largest, in the whole history of the LME contract. But you can see that that did not last. And quite quickly, that game was given up and the price fell back and to new multi-year lows, and all because of those worries about the wider world economy. And in the case of zinc, for the investors at least, while there was lots of talk in the market about the zinc supply-demand balance getting tighter, about some mines closing down, Investors were very skeptical, I have to say, about what impact this would have on the market balance, whether it would really be tight and therefore warrant a higher price. So that's the background. Now, how did that falling price hit the impact on the zinc industry? Most of the impact of that falling price fell on zinc miners rather than metal producers. You can see the chart on the left shows you basically the revenue share per ton of zinc metal produced accruing to smelters and miners. And while the revenue accruing to the smelters did dip, the most pronounced fall was on the zinc miners. And obviously that has important implications in terms of the supply side response to falling prices. You can see in 2014, the average revenue per ton of zinc metal produced going to a miner was just over $1,400. For a smelter, it was $720 approximately. 2015, the miner's revenue was down to just over $1,200. The smelter's revenue was still over $700 a ton. So it was the miners that were feeling most of the impact from the fall in the price. And also, something else was happening here, and that's the treatment charge the miner was having to pay to the smelter to get the concentrate turned into metal. Those treatment charges had been rising. For those that may not be familiar, the treatment charge you can think of effectively as a discount to the value of the metal contained in the concentrate. So if the treatment charge is going up, the discount is going up, i.e. the price of the product is falling, which is of course what you would expect to happen when a market balance is softening, when there is an excess of supply over demand. So the first half of this year, we have seen a complete turnaround in the market, and I'll take you through what has happened. Now in this slide, what I've done is I've looked at the largest seven, the mines which will see the 7 mines in the world which will see the largest reduction in production this year, and the 7 mines which will see the largest increase in production. So the reductions at the top and the expansions at the bottom. And if we add up the 7 largest reductions, we have MMG's Century Mine in Australia, which is now shut due to resource depletion. That has gone from the market. Number 2 is Glencore's Mount Isa zinc mines in Queensland in Australia. Those are some of the mining operations that Glencore scaled back in response to lower prices about a year ago. Vedanta Hindustan's Rampura mine had seen quite a substantial reduction in production for various reasons. Its Lachine mine in Ireland was closed last year due to resource depletion. MRM, the MacArthur River Mines in the Northern Territory of Australia, another Glencore operation, scaled back about a year ago. Iscar Cruz, a Glencore mine in Peru, has been suspended. And the Mid-Tennessee mines, Nearstar's Mid-Tennessee mines, my former company, those were idled last year as well. A combination of resource depletion and mines reduced in response to previously low prices. In total, over 1 million tonnes of zinc contained lost to the market from those 7 reductions. On the plus side, we've had Nevsun has brought its Bisha copper zinc mine into the market, just starting up this year, will contribute about 35,000 tonnes of zinc in concentrate, I think. We will see some, indeed we have seen in the latest production results published by Vedanta. The Scorpion mine will contribute, and Smelter will contribute more zinc units to the market this year, but that is a base effect. That's not an expansion. The reason there's more units from that operation in the market this year than the previous year is because they lost production due to an industrial incident at the refinery in early 2015. We've got Trevally, restarted the Caribou mine in Canada. Zijin Mining, Chinese company, bought the Kizil mine online last year. That continues to ramp up. Glencore's Pacoa will see more production this year versus last year, but again, not an expansion, it's a base effect. They lost production due to some local disturbances in 2015. Russian copper company, RMK, the Pyorsky mine, expanding output following earlier investment. And finally, Boliden Tara mine in Ireland has got more production as a result of a combination of higher ore grades, better recoveries, and increased mill throughput. But you add all of those up, and it's barely 160,000 tonnes additional production this year versus last year. So net-net, comparing the top 7 reductions with the top 7 expansions, the market loses over 900,000 tonnes of zinc contained in mine output. And that, obviously, what's approximately a 13.5 to 14 million tonne market has a very substantial effect on the market supply-demand balance and on pricing. And I'll illustrate that now in the next few slides. On the left-hand side, we're looking here at a 12-month moving average of global zinc mine output and zinc metal production. Mine output in blue, metal production in yellow, and you can see mine output is falling further and further behind metal production. In other words, the market for zinc concentrates to make metal has moved into a deficit. Stocks are being drawn down, and if this situation is not redressed, it will put a brake on metal production. On the right-hand side, you see the difference between mine output in the world excluding China and metal production in the world excluding China. And for most of the last 5 or 6 years, the blue shaded area, that illustrates the amount of zinc in concentrate available on paper at least to be sold by the world outside of China into China to make zinc metal. But you can see in the last few months, that has basically gone. There is on paper very little zinc in concentrate now available in the Western world to sell into China to make metal. And China has a huge reliance on imported zinc concentrates to make metal. So if this supply is not replaced, there will be a brake on Chinese zinc metal production. No way really around that. And you can see that unfolding in the latest trade data. On the left-hand side, you have China's total import of zinc concentrates. And you can see that has fallen very hard in the first half of this year. Not because China's demand has gone down, but because the supply is not there. And I say that with confidence when we look at why, by country, why that import has declined. It is the largest two drops, Australia and Peru. And as I mentioned a few months ago on the earlier slide, that's where we saw some of the largest reductions on the supply side. Do you remember the closure of MMG's Century Mine, Glencore scaling back MIM and MRM in Australia, closing the Iscar Cruz mine in Peru. So there's been a very substantial reduction in the import of concentrates from those two countries into China this year. Now China has pulled in a few additional tons from other countries, including North Korea, year-on-year increase of about 50,000 tons of concentrate, not zinc of concentrate. But you can see that in the grand scheme of things, that's a pretty small number. There is a big break on the supply of concentrates from the rest of the world into China, which ultimately has big implications for the overall global zinc market balance and price outlook. Another important factor on the supply side this year was the sharp drop we saw in Vedanta's Indian zinc production, which was attributed, according to the company's official statements, to an increased stripping ratio in the open pit mining operation at Rampura and the ongoing work to transition from the open pit mining operation to the underground mining operation. If we look at Q4 of last year, the zinc metal from Vedanta in India was over 200,000 tons. In the first quarter of this year, it was barely 150,000 tons. And in the second quarter, for reference, these are all calendar quarters. So second quarter, the April to June quarter, barely 100,000 tons of zinc metal produced in India. It's a big drop in the market. Production has started to come back as the mine output has started to recover. But you can see what happened as the local Indian zinc metal production dropped in the first half of this year. India's imports of zinc metal shot up, the chart on the right. Much more zinc metal was being imported into India, and indeed India became a net importer of refined zinc in the first half of this year. So those are the supply side developments, the key supply side developments I wanted to draw your attention to. Now to the demand side. For the last 2 years, the world industrial economy has been slowing down. So on the left-hand side, you have OECD industrial production, year-on-year rates of change, and you can see that decline underway. But just in the last few months, we have, I think, reached a turning point. And industrial production is now starting to turn up. So instead of being a drag on demand, it should start to add to demand for metals. And if you look to the chart on the right, what I've illustrated there is the relationship between industrial production and the purchasing managers' indices for manufacturing, which for anyone who's not familiar, they're basically surveys carried out once a month where manufacturers are asked what they are seeing in terms of their output, their order books, and so on. Those responses are turned into an index. Above 50 means expansion, below 50 means contraction. And you can see there's a good relationship between the results of those surveys and industrial production. And in that chart on the right, you have the yellow line there is now starting to turn up above 50, and that suggests that industrial production should continue to expand in the short term, at least. In China, we have had a slowdown, but I think now at least a stabilization in the rate of growth in industrial production, and the purchasing managers' indices are saying the same things, that conditions are getting better. Not back to boom times, but better than they were 6 or 12 months ago. In terms of what that means for zinc demand, these two charts illustrate the relationship between zinc demand globally and industrial production. The chart on the left is a simple line chart, and the chart on the right is rates of change compared. And if you run a simple linear correlation between those two variables, you have an R squared of about 0.7. In other words, 70% of the variance in zinc demand is explained by variations in the rate of growth in industrial production. So basically speaking, industrial production rising adds to zinc demand, and on my calculations, every 1 percentage point increase in global industrial production is worth about 135,000 tonnes of refined zinc demand globally. The latest figures from the Lead Zinc Study Group show that zinc demand is indeed increasing, but the sort of slightly negative note now in the story is that while consumption demand are increasing once more, the rate of increase is certainly below the long-run trends that we had seen. So in the second quarter of this year, global zinc consumption was up by about just under 2% year on year, but the long-run rate of increase is over 2.5%. So marketplace is growing, demand is growing, but it's growing more slowly at the moment at least than the long-run trend. And we see the same if we look to the number one market for zinc, galvanizing of steel. On the figures I present here, approximately 60% of total zinc use on a first use basis. Chart on the right shows the year-on-year changes in galvanized steel sheet production, and you can see the positive numbers in the first 2 quarters of this year, but as in the zinc consumption, below the long-run trend rate of growth in galvanized steel sheet output globally. The macroeconomic setting. Really the two key things to keep in mind here are exchange rates and oil, primary energy prices, in particular the oil price. So on the left-hand side, we have the US dollar trade-weighted index there, and you can see that from about the middle of 2014 to the early part of this year, the US dollar has been appreciating. And all other things being equal, a stronger dollar means weaker commodities prices. That's a basic proposition. Why? Simply because in that situation where the dollar is rising, the cost-supply curve of an industry is tending to decline because many of these commodities are mined and produced, zinc included, in countries outside of the United States. So a stronger dollar gives people more revenue in local currency terms. In other words, the industry can afford to concede lower US dollar prices. But that's turned around in the first half or so of this year, and the US dollar has been gently depreciating. Whether that continues with the outlook on now for US interest rates is another matter, but that's an important dynamic. So the dollar has actually become a tailwind to commodities prices, zinc included, this year, where previously it had been a headwind. And then we have energy prices. Falling energy prices, falling cost supply curves, so another selling pressure on zinc and other metals, but that was also turned around. Oil prices have been going up rather than down on the trend through this year, so that would tend to push up prices. So the macroeconomic trends have really turned around and lending now support to prices rather than weighing down on prices. And if we look at the FX effects for the zinc industry specifically, we see much the same thing. For most of the world's major zinc mining countries, currencies are stable or even up against the US dollar. This year, Mexico is the principal exception there because of the political concerns in that country. So the present market position. The International Zinc Study Group latest figures suggest that the zinc metal market has run a deficit of about 180,000 tonnes between January and August of this year, the latest figures available. And if we annualise that, that would work out to a deficit for the year as a whole of about 270,000 tonnes, which if realised will be the biggest deficit the zinc metal market has seen in at least a decade. My own observation would be that I think the estimate is in the right sort of ballpark. I do think that the market has probably dipped into a deficit, but it's also probably been well buffered by stocks. And there's probably still some stock buffer available, and we'll come on to that a little bit later. Something else that has had a very important impact, obviously, on the zinc price is the fund community. And you can see in the chart on the left, basically the LME zinc price has been going up along with open interest on the LME. And generally speaking, where you've got prices rising with open interest going up, that means that funds, institutional investors are buying the contract presumably as it's a non-yielding investment, in anticipation of higher prices. And the reason that I think funds have been buying into this is this idea now, there's more and more confidence that there will be a genuine tightness in the zinc market as a result of mine closures and suspensions. There's not going to be enough zinc to meet demand, so funds have been buying into zinc for that reason. But in terms of whether there is a real, genuine shortfall of metal units today, well, the chart on the right raises some questions about that, because the spread between the cash and the 3-month contract on the LME, it's been a bit tighter on the average this year than it had been over the previous year, but there's been no clear or sustained backwardation. Right? Why would we expect to see a backwardation in a genuinely tight market? It's pretty straightforward. If you get a higher price for cash today, you're more likely to sell into it. Right? And so when a market is genuinely tight, you would expect the cash price to go up versus forward prices to incentivize people to deliver into the market now, today. We haven't really seen that as yet. So it doesn't quite fit with the idea that the zinc metal market is tight today. Treatment charges, pricing of zinc concentrates. Now this is one part of the market where the physical price signals point very plainly to genuine tightness, to genuine shortfall in the supply of material versus the demand for that material. The chart on the left shows you treatment charges in the spot market, the yellow line, and treatment charges on so-called benchmark terms, the blue line. Benchmark terms, those are the terms which the miners and the smelters negotiate once a year for the year ahead. The reason that benchmark treatment charges have been going up a little bit lately is because there is typically in these contracts some so-called price participation, so that when the zinc price goes up, the smelter gets some share of that, not only the miner. But in the spot market, that's less common. And the spot market gives us a better measure of where the balance sits today. And you can see spot TCs are down to about $100 a tonne, CIF China, perhaps even less for mainstream material now. That is the lowest level we have seen for the last 4 years or so. And if you remember earlier, I referred to the treatment charge. Think of it as a discount to the value of the metal contained in the concentrate. So if the treatment charge is going down, the discount is going down, i.e. the price of the material is going up, which is what you would expect to happen where you have a tight supply-demand balance. And I'll just add here that this is against the background of a negative ARB into China. In other words, the price of LME zinc is greater than the price of zinc in China. So when a Chinese smelter imports concentrates, it is effectively losing money. It's paying more for the zinc in the concentrate because it's priced off the LME than it receives for selling the zinc in China. Right? So they're conceding lower treatment charges against a negative ARB, even more expensive, points even more plainly to a genuine tightness in the supply of concentrates. You can see the chart on the right, most of that incremental revenue has been flowing to miners. Right? So it's miners who are really enjoying, or should be enjoying, the benefit of the rise in prices that we have seen. And if you look at this on benchmark terms, in terms of the revenues now accruing to miners, they've had pretty much a 10-year high. So there is now a pretty strong financial incentive, at least, for miners to start pushing supply to the market. Something else that has helped the zinc price has been the drawdown of visible stocks. The two most visible stock levels in the marketplace are the LME stocks and the Shanghai Futures Exchange stocks. But if we actually drill down into the numbers a little bit, the headlines may be a bit deceptive because the on-warrant zinc metal within the LME warehousing system has not gone down this year. In fact, it's gone up a little bit. That, again, doesn't quite sit with the idea that the zinc metal market is yet genuinely tight. So we have some conflicting signals. Shanghai stocks have been drawing down, but they were quite a lot higher than they were 18 months ago. So again, is there a real shortage in the metal market? Well, maybe not quite yet. Probably the most important illustration of the immediate metal market balance is the premium for metal that is paid over and above the exchange price. And in all of the major and regional markets around the world, premiums have been flat to down, in fact, this year. This is not consistent with the idea that the zinc metal market is currently short of units. Moreover, if we take a longer-term perspective, you can see today's premium levels are well below those prevailing 10 years ago, 2006-07, when the zinc metal market was last genuinely tight. So as I mentioned earlier, it suggests that although the balance in the market for concentrates has gotten tight, if there has been a deficit in the metal market, it has been, so far at least, well buffered by stocks. And then if we look to China's trade balance in metal, this is important because China is a structural importer of zinc. For all the zinc metal that China produces, it is the world's largest producer country. It is also an important import market. And China's zinc metal imports have been trending down over the last year or so, not consistent with any sort of shortage in this marketplace. Now, possibly part of that is explained by destocking, and if that is the case, eventually, you kind of run out of stock to draw down and then you have to buy more new material. But for the moment, at least, the trade data do not suggest there is a shortage in the metal market. So let's now look at, I think, one of the certainly one of the most intriguing, most pertinent parts of the zinc supply-demand balance. What we're looking at in this slide is rates of change in China's zinc mine output versus the revenue accruing on the average to zinc miners per ton of zinc metal produced along the horizontal axis. Now you can see the yellow, more or less in the center, the yellow point there is my estimate of what the full year average revenue per ton of zinc metal produced accruing to a miner will be, just over $1,500 per ton. But at the current run rate, China's zinc mine output this year is likely to be up by less than 2%. And you can see that's a pretty mediocre performance compared with the rates of increase in China's zinc mine output we have seen in the last 6 or so years, with the sole exception of 2015 when China's mine output actually fell. If we look at the average revenue accruing to miners in the third quarter of this year, that was over $1,750 per ton. Right? That's more than the annual average of any of the last 5 or 6 years. So, as I said earlier, the financial incentive to zinc miners to step up production and to increase the supply of concentrates to smelters to produce metal is now very strong. But so far, we do not see much sign of China's miners stepping up and raising supply. Why not? I wish I could answer that question definitively. But it could be that it's a question of a lag, that the higher prices and the higher revenues have to work through to the mine gate, and slowly but surely we will see a stronger mine supply response from China over the next 6 or 12 months. But perhaps there are other issues, environmental operating issues, these kinds of things which are more in the news headlines these days, perhaps make the Chinese miners less able to respond to the rise in prices. What I can say is that without a stronger mine supply response from China, the market for zinc concentrates will remain very tight, and that will eventually impact on the market for metal. Quite simply, outside of China, there is nowhere that you can raise mine output sufficiently in the short term to close that gap. There's no question about the longer term. There are ample zinc resources for any reasonably anticipated level of demand, in my view. But for the next year or two, the market could get quite tight unless China's mine output starts to rise more strongly. So a summary of what we should be thinking about and what we should be looking for the next months and year ahead. Zinc demand. The latest data are positive, that's good news, but not as good as the long-run averages. So zinc demand rising, but quite slowly. And the rough rule of thumb is global industrial production rising. Every 1 percentage point increase is worth about 135,000 tons of global zinc metal demand. China's zinc mine output, as I was just saying, very important. Roughly speaking, every 1 percentage point increase in China's zinc mine output is about 40 to 50,000 tons of zinc contained in concentrate. On the supply side, outside of China, the decision that Glencore takes about if and when to restart the mining operations it has suspended is the #1 point to watch. My estimate, if they restore the mining operations that were taken offline about a year ago to their previous operating rates, they would add over 400,000 tons of zinc contained to the supply side. Their headline number is 500, but I'm not sure they have reduced quite as much as they said they would do originally. They have not given any timeline. Indeed, they make no public comment on when they may or may not restart. But I would just observe that the opportunity cost, in other words, the revenue and the earnings foregone by keeping these mines out on the market, as the zinc price is going up and treatment charges are going down, and keep in mind that they have suspended mines not smelters, mines, the opportunity cost of these suspensions is now very significant. Vedanta zinc mine recovery will be an important contributor as well on the supply side. If they go back to previous operating rates, then I would estimate they'd be adding about 100,000 tonnes of zinc contained on an annualised basis from where they were in the third calendar quarter of this year. And finally, the macroeconomic environment, in particular, the US dollar. And with the outlook for US interest rates to be going up, at the same time as other major economies are still engaged in quantitative easing, it is probably, I mean, the consensus will be that the US dollar is likely to remain strong and maybe start appreciating again. That, all other things being equal, will be a bit of a headwind to commodities prices, zinc included. That's the conclusion of my remarks. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions. Yeah, so Antamina, which for anyone who may not be familiar, is a large, in fact, Peru's largest copper zinc mine, and co-owned by BHP, Glencore, Teck, and Japanese interests. If I recall correctly, Antamina's production is running at a rate of about 200,000 tonnes of zinc contained on an annual basis. That's where 2016 is likely to land. For 2017, based upon the guidance that the companies with shares in the operation have given, we should be expecting something of the order of 340 to 360,000 tonnes of zinc contained out of Antamina next year. So year on year, I think Antamina could contribute maybe another 140, 150,000 tonnes to the supply that we're not in the market this year.
My question is, you have not mentioned about, or can you also throw some light on the recyclable, the zinc which has come out of recyclable, processes, and what would be the price? What would be the impact of that extraction on the global zinc prices?
That's a good question. So I think the first point to make is that given, of course, the way in which zinc is used to corrode sacrificially to steel in galvanizing applications, for example, recycling plays less of a role in the zinc market than it does in some other non-ferrous metals markets, such as, say, lead, zinc sister metal, or aluminium. But it does play an important part in terms of the balance in the market, because let's remember that when people talk about surpluses or deficits in the zinc market or any other market, if we say there's a surplus in a market, we're not saying that there is a great pile of metal that's been orphaned, that somebody owns every unit in the market. Right? Metal is not abandoned when there is a surplus, inverted commas. So what tends to happen when markets get tied up and prices get bid up, what tends to happen is that you get a stronger incentive to pull secondary sources into the market. So what has been happening in recent months is that as the price has gone up, more and more secondaries have been biddable into the market that were previously unworkable. So residues, drosses, these kinds of things, and sometimes old mine tailings, these kinds of things get bid back into the market when prices go up. So I think it is something we should be expecting to continue to help ease that supply-demand imbalance. But in terms of let's say the aggregate impact on the market, it's not enough, right, to rebalance the zinc metal market. We need to see higher mine output from China in particular, and also possibly the restart of some of the companies' suspended mining operations. That's what's necessary to bring the market for zinc ultimately back into balance. Secondaries can help, but on their own, it's not enough.
Hi. My question is regarding that on second or third slide you mentioned there is the zinc prices are moving in between 1800 to 2400 in between. So, and in the later part of the presentation you mentioned the global recovery is not that encouraging, and even the PMI is also below long-term average. So you can say that is tepid recovery, and even the US Fed rate and all those things are pending still. So with the given given circumstances, what is the probability that zinc prices would be moving out of this band of 1800 to 2400?
Yeah, good question. I think
which side?
Yeah, so on the downside, I think the downside to risk to zinc over the next year or so is really a macro risk. If the outlook for the world economy gets a lot worse, right, and I think it's got to get quite a lot worse, then zinc prices could sell off along with prices for all industrial metals. But from where zinc is trading today at $2,300 approximately on the LME, that's quite a long way down. On the upside, I think if we start to see signs of genuine tightness in the metal market, if we start to see zinc premiums rising, if we see more stock drawn down from the LME in particular, and we see more headlines about tightness in the zinc market, then there's upside to the LME. And if you get the funds buying in and you get technical momentum, you could see prices up towards $3,000. That's perfectly plausible. I don't think we would necessarily see it as an average, let's say for next year. But if the macroeconomic outlook remains, let's say we continue as we are, so growth, slower than the average, but continuing growth, and we can start to see signs of tightness in the metal market, then I think there's upside to the LME zinc price.
Okay. Another thing, one more thing. In the third, fourth slide, you mentioned about which are the mines are coming up with the production. So those are already commissioned mine, right? So what are the next? Any discovery is there in the world? Like Century has gone out of the market, so like that bigger mines are coming up or something like that. Discovery is happening.
Yes, so I mean, we just had the question from the gentleman behind you actually regarding Antamina. So that mine will contribute quite a lot more zinc units. And the point to understand about Antamina's production is that it varies quite a lot because of the nature of the ore body there, right? So you can get quite some significant variance on an annual basis. But according to the current mine plan, Antamina will contribute more zinc units next year. In terms of new projects, Vedanta has one in South Africa called Gamsberg, which the company has said that it plans to accelerate in response to higher zinc prices. That has the potential to be one of the world's largest zinc mines if it is fully developed. But it also faces some significant challenges, from my understanding and experience. The ore is relatively high in manganese. That's a problem for zinc smelters. High manganese content in a concentrate interferes with the recovery of the zinc in the cell house, right? So it reduces the current efficiency and i.e. pushes up the cost. So many smelters are sensitive to that. That's one issue. The infrastructure in the far north of the Northern Cape where the resource occurs is relatively limited. Quite a lot of money to be spent on developing infrastructure, water supplies, etc., etc. And then there's a question of what happens to these zinc units. Will Vedanta put up a refinery in South Africa? I don't know. Or will they make those concentrates available to the export market? But whatever happens to them, that will be an important contributor to supply in the coming years. MMG, which saw the Century mine close, has a project in Western Australia called Dugald River, which will come online in the next couple of years or so. And there are various incremental expansions planned as well. But I think that already we're seeing the rise in the zinc price do some work in terms of getting companies to put money in and start exploring. One example I'll give you is news just this week of Canada's Teck buying into a zinc project in Australia. Undeveloped. Presumably they intend to progress it by doing that. And let's recall this is a company whose CEO had said just 2 or 3, maybe 3 years ago now, they would not put another dollar into zinc. Clearly, the turnaround in the market has caused them to reappraise their plans.
Duncan, my question is, suppose we take that the Chinese economy is going to be slowly sluggish. What is the scenario that you're looking in terms of the prices, or effect on the prices of the zinc? And assuming that their economy does not change, so there is no change versus sluggish, what is in simple terms the effect on the zinc prices?
I'll begin by answering from let's say my base case. My own base case is that China's economy and its zinc demand continues to rise, but a lot more slowly than the average over the last 10 years or so. So whereas global zinc demand has been rising at about 2.5% to 3% on a trend basis, my assumption is that it increases by about only half of that rate over the next few years. So I've got some slowdown factored in already. If we were to see what some people refer to as a hard landing in China, right, a much sharper slowdown in the economy, and certainly there are reasons to think that that's a risk, then the zinc market, the outlook for the zinc market and the price will clearly not be so bright. And I think there'll be downside risk. But I think for the next 6 to 12 months, there'll be much more focus on the supply side shortcomings. And I think that's what's likely to drive the balance of opinion and to drive the price action. So a slowdown in China is more of a medium to longer term downside risk to the zinc price, in my opinion. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duncan. And yes, we shall be having more questions offline during the tea break. I'd like to invite Mr. Steve Wilkinson to join us and present a memento to Mr. Hobbs Duncan. So thank you so much for that overview. So welcome back on the stage. And so please begin. So we have the certificate and the memento from our side. Once again, our gratitude and thanks. So the memento. Let's join our hands together. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Moving on, we now shall be deliberating on the public and private infrastructure that shall focus on galvanized steel applications in public infrastructural avenues like railways, roadways, and we shall be also discussing and exploring new galvanizing avenues in the private sector. For the same, we have amongst us Mr. Sen Gupta, Additional Executive Director, Metallurgical and Chemical, RDSO, Ministry of Railways. Let's join our hands together to welcome Mr. Sen Gupta amongst us. A very good afternoon, Mr. Sen Gupta. Namaskar, sir. Welcome. Mr. Sen Gupta is a metallurgical engineer and working as the technical head for Metallurgical and Chemical Directorate of RDSO. Mr. Sen Gupta, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Actually, today I was supposed to reach in the morning itself, but due to flight delay, I have reached a few minutes ago only. So, only the Indian Railways people, we are accustomed with the people's anger, with the annoyance when this kind of thing happens. Today, actually, I was not annoyed with the airlines. Actually, I found a sense of camaraderie with them. There are at least some people there outside the railways also who can also sympathize the same thing. Thanks a lot for calling me here. And today, the subject is basically on the railways, and I try to accelerate it as fast as possible. I understand the time is short very much, and we are a little bit trailing behind. So I will try to make my presentation as fast as possible. Can I go to the... As everybody is known, there is a known fact that CCRI has estimated the corruption of India as almost the 4% of GDP. And if we consider the NACS case, the USA, it is almost 2.5% of GDP. The difference is not that we are not combating corruption. The difference is that our country is a little bit in a crucial position because we are surrounded by the oceans from the three sides. We are hot, we are warm, we are full of moisture. So naturally, it's an ideal situation for having the corruption. So we have to combat a lot, and we have to do a lot for fighting this corruption business. And the next is that it's a slide that where we find the transportation sector. Of course, the international slide I have taken. Transportation section is contributing a lot, around 20% of the total corruption loss. Corruption loss is definitely a leakage to the economy. It is a leakage to the money flow. So naturally, the transportation, this particular sector, it also has a tremendous amount of responsibility to reduce this loss as much as possible. And the corrosion of steel has been one of the significant problems confronted by Indian Railways because we have a widespread existence, pan-India existence, and every year the situation is different. The problem of the corrosion encompasses everybody. That's everything. That's coaches, wagon, bridges, structures, track. The annual loss, of course, we have not quantified, but it is substantial as per our feeling. The Indian Railways, of course, has taken a lot of these steps for combating corrosion. One is alternate materials. We have gone for the different stainless steel. Our coaches, wagons, I mean the rolling stock we are talking about, we have gradually migrated towards the stainless steel. Secondly, we are also going from the composites and polymers. And we have also gone for anti-corrosive alloys. As for example, we have now found out some alloys for the rails, like copper moly, like nickel, chromium, copper, NCC alloys that we have developed. The RDS was developed in collaboration with IIT Kanpur. Paints also we are also using. A lot of paints, especially the zinc-rich paint as a primer. Galvanizing is also a step that we will also emphasize on that today. My center of speech is definitely galvanizing. And another is metallizing. The zinc metallizing is also a part I will also discuss. The hot dip galvanizing and cold galvanizing, both are being used. We are in the process of implementing the cold galvanizing technique also. It has newly come. We were trying to do a development. We are doing some development there. And the hot dip galvanizing is definitely having some advantage. It's cheaper. Technology is indigenously well established. It gives uniform coating, even in the bends, awkward corners that everybody knows, narrow gaps. It is long lasting, gives cathodic protection, quite hard and strong, because coating bonds metallurgically with steel surface. The hot dip galvanizing has certain limitations also. Size of the component plays a vital role. If it's a very huge size, you can't do. As for example, bridge. The bridge, we have got the different units which are fabricated and it's a long size. It is very difficult to do the galvanizing there also. It is a rail, track, huge. It is very difficult to get it done. Secondly, if you had a microstructure based property and it is a thermal process, so that change of microstructure is also a possibility. Third is paralitic steel, if we use, as we use quite often in the case of wheels, in the case of rails everywhere, where the carbon equivalent is very high. It is hot dip galvanizing sometimes when the process of this acid treatment, it picks up hydrogen. And hydrogen embrittlement is a great factor there in the case of the hot dip galvanizing. And second is that the hot dip galvanizing, the galvanized form, it is very difficult to welding. Cold galvanizing, also it is applied in the cold condition, so it doesn't change the microstructure. Second, it requires some surface treatment by abrasives. So hydrogen pickup possibility is nil, and size of the component is not a factor because it is done by the spraying system just like a paint. The coating is also durable. But at the same time, it has got some negative point also. It requires some specific surface preparation, SA 2.5. And it is also difficult to fill the awkward corners because we are doing it by spraying or the brushing. So it is very difficult to reach at the awkward corner, narrow gaps, etc. And the product is mainly imported. The technology is not indigenously well established. And secondly, the inversion point, of course, it is everywhere it is applicable, about 65%. Above 65% in the immersed condition can't be used. As per the hot dip galvanizing concerned, we have got a 1,14,000 track kilometer, and out of 14,000 track kilometer, 50,000 track kilometer has been electrified. And the Weichi arrangements that we are doing, that's spread over all around the country and exposed to different atmospheric condition. And these electrical installations require corrosion protection, and we get it done by hot dip galvanizing. And this is something which is the picture of the Weichi arrangement. The mast, the dropper, the automatic tensioning devices, all these things are actually galvanized, hot dip galvanized. The Weichi arrangements are placed 15 numbers per kilometer. Presently, 50,000 kilometers require 7,50,000 numbers of Weichi installations. And 2,000 kilometers more are targeted in this year. Since electrification is a continuous process, the demand for galvanizing Weichi arrangements will be increasing continuously. The structures also we are doing the galvanizing, but the structures we do not have, the RDSO is not the design authority, so it is being designed in isolation by every zonal railways. So they are also using the structure, but the data are not with me. The hot dip galvanizing in the case of bridges, it is very difficult to do it because bridges contain large fabricated segment. It is difficult to hot dip galvanize the segment due to its large size. Welding of segment parts after galvanizing is also difficult. Presently, of course, the Bougainville Bridge, which is going on the Brahmaputra, it is being done by the British specification. Certain segments like Stringham and others, which is close to the water body, level, those are galvanized at the British specifications. So it is the first time the galvanized, hot dip galvanized part is being used in the case of the bridges in Indian Railways. But cold galvanizing is an organic single component of zinc coating more than 92% zinc. People say it paint, but I will not tell it paint. It has got some difference from the paint, because in the paint you will have to have some organic substance. It is a high density, solid content is very high, the polymer is very less. The zinc grains, they do not have polymer almost in between. If you have the polymer, then what is the problem? If the load comes, the polymer has to take the load also. The cracking takes place there. But absolutely there is no polymer between the two zinc. Very little bit polymer is there. So naturally it can withstand that thing, that load, whatever we are putting upon it. This is number one. Number two is that it doesn't, unlike the paint, it doesn't have the shelf life because the polymer is not there. So it is not reacting with the oxygen or air, and the cross-linking is taking place. So that part is not there. So naturally, it also has a very high shelf life. So from that point of view, it is something different from the paint. The small size of the particle electrical profile ensures maximum contact between both the individual particle and the substrate. The procedure requires ASN 2.5 preparation, but it is done spraying and brushing. The coating forms within 45 minutes. The spraying is done by the abrasor, so naturally no acid treatment takes place. So picking up hydrogen doesn't come. DFT is almost 35 to 55 micron per coating. It covers is 14.20 meters square per liter, and it can withstand temperature minus 10 degree to 160 degree centigrade, and can withstand a salt spray state of 2000 hours. Immersion with 3.5% sodium chloride for 1000 hours show no brown rusting. We have done it in the laboratory, but white rust. Static exposure in simulated concrete pour is also found to have no brown rusting for 2000 hours. We have done in National Metallurgy Laboratory. Galvanic corrosion test with 3.5% initial solution and artificial concrete pour solution containing 0.1% initial was found satisfactory with National Metallurgy Laboratory. Artificial urine test we have also done, because that is a problem. Biocorrosion is a problem for the Indian Railways also, because in the track we have got plenty of droppings, biological droppings, and that's why the biocorrosion is a tremendous problem. So we have done with the artificial urine in the test in the IIT Kanpur. We have found that even after 72 hours, nothing has happened to this particular coating. The same pH we have kept what is the human urine is having. It is a picture of the salt spray of 2000 hours. There is a sulfur dioxide test also. That panel also I am showing you a little bit. This is a distilled water resistance to immersion test of 2000 hours. Based upon the laboratory trial, whatever we have got, we are now putting up in the validation stage in the a bridge which is common body beach. It is on the ocean, on the sea, Arabian Sea itself. We have put it there, and it is on the process, and we are seeing it, what is going on there. The 2 years, to the 2017, we'll find it what is happening there. But actually, this is pearlitic steel is a great problem from the rail, because in the coastal area it's a great problem. Biocorrosion due to organic dropping is a great problem, and maximum corrosion in the case of rail is taking from the liner. Liner means with the sleeper where the rail is sitting, and there we have the fixing arrangement, and there actually the water is going inside, and if even there is some human excreta or something like that, that also going, and there from the corrosion is starting. Here I am giving a picture. That is exactly the lining place where the corrosion started. That is the main point of the rail corrosion. So one of the target, of course, we have kept it, that is with this cold galvanizing, but that also we are doing the CCRI, what is this corrosion test, we are getting it done with CCRI, what is the result, that we'll have to do it. In the meantime, the Cora Steel, they have developed a zinc metallizing process for the rail. They are telling it's very suitable, and that we have got it done. You will find that this rail, which is a metallizing portion, the portion which is not metallized, that is also you will see that the corrosion is there. The corrosion is being visible there. But the portion where it is metallizing is done, the corrosion is not there. So that part is also doing, but also we'll check up for the biocorrosion testing also it is. So it is evident that galvanizing and zinc coating are important tools for Indian railways for combating corrosion. However, many more applications may also be explored through mutual discussion with the experts. You are sitting here. So more exploration, more scope, I think we can also find out afterwards if we mutually discuss together. And these are the references, and thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, sir, for that brief and very enlightening overview. And I'll request Mr. Wilkinson to present a memento to Mr. Sen Gupta. Sir, thank you so much. Volunteers, please get the memento for sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us for the occasion and also updating us about how galvanized steel can be applied in public infrastructure like railways. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, time now for us to explore avenues of galvanized steel in infrastructure, avenues like roadways and highways. And for the same, to discover more on safe and sound highway, we have amongst us Dr. Ravindra Kumar, Principal Scientist, Transport Planning Division, Central Road Research Institute, New Delhi. Let's join our hands together to welcome Professor Ravindra Kumar amongst us on the stage. Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, Professor Ravindra Kumar.
Thank you very much for inviting me in International Galvanizing Conference. I would like to focus some of the aspect of safety and in highways and basic codal provision and opportunities of galvanizing zinc. So let's see the statistics of road length in India. Indian road network comprises of 33 lakh kilometers, is the second largest in the world, and consists of expressway about 200 kilometers, national highway about 96,000 kilometers, state highway 1,31,000 kilometers, major district road 4,67,000 kilometers, rural roads around 26,50,000 kilometers. So total is 33 lakh kilometers of road network, second largest in the world. It has major responsibility to carry the freight and passengers. About 80% of the passenger traffic is carried by the roads, and 65% of the freight are carried by the roads. And overall, the national highway, which is only 1.7% in the total road network, carries 40% of the total road traffic. And if you see the growth patterns, number of vehicles has been growing at a rate of an average of 10.1% per annum over last 5 years. So this shows the highway development. If you see this all red lines, this means already constructed highways, and at many places there are still work going on. And if you see from the breakup of national highway in terms of lane type, so we have 32% of the road which are single lane, 56% having the double or intermediate lane, 12% is having 4 lane, 6 lane or 8 lane. What I want to tell you from this slide, that we have opportunity to see how we can use the barriers, road safety devices in this such a huge network. So let's see the codal provision. We have Indian Road Congress guidelines. We have a specification for road and bridges issued by the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. And there are many manuals. And we have a Bureau of Indian Standards, which deals with the hot deep zinc coating on the structural steels, and IS 277 galvanized steel sheet. And we also use the OSTO standards for traffic barrier design, and we use the STM standards for pipe steels, and Euro standards, British standards, Australian standards. And there are applications in the road and transportation sector, like we have to install the roadside, median safety, noise barriers, install the light poles, construction of pavement of sidewalks, parking lanes, using interlocking concrete block or guardrail, Traffic signage and road marking is a major area, like marking and signage are installed on the pavements, curbs, and pedestrian, street light and lighting of bus shelters. So that has to be looked into where we can use the galvanized steel. And there are codal provisions. So there are 3 types of the barrier which has been given in the IRC guideline, like one is rigid type, semi-rigid, flexible type. And in semi-rigid, we have WB type, tri-beam type steel barrier. In rigid, we have concrete crash barrier. Flexible type, we have wire rope. Lack in maintenance can cause the W-beam rail to protrude into the traffic by creating highly unsafe situation. So you can see the design aspects, the codal provisions are there in IRC SP 87. And for the W-beam, where the hot dip galvanized of 3 mm thickness is used in the traffic fencing. And for tri-beam also, you can see the hot dip galvanized is used in the traffic fencing. The codal provision is there, design is there. And now question is why we want to use the galvanized steel. So we compared the steel with galvanized steel, and you can see the embodied energy coefficient in galvanized steel was higher than other material. And that is the beauty of the galvanized steel. So what are the benefit of the galvanized steel? It starts with the lowest cost, lowest long-term cost in terms of maintenance, long life, reliability, toughest coating, automatic protection of damaged area, and complete protection. And it is easy for inspection and process is easy, faster erection time, and full protective coating can be applied within no time. So time saving is there. There are number of wire rope safety fences has been used, and there are NCHRP guideline which tells like what could be the spacing and number of ropes for different type of the situation, and that barriers are tested on EN based on EN 1317 guideline. That guidelines are available for 3 rope and 4 rope systems. And you can see this is the 4 rope systems, and this new wire rope safety has been installed in India also. We can check in the Viholi Gonde on the Mumbai-Agra National Highway, where they have used this new wire rope safety system, and that has saved, that is very flexible, which saved the life. And also there have been used in Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which reduces the crash, and MSRDC is the agency which has used this wire rope crash as a crash barrier to save the accidents. So they have reduced the accident, and the expressway is not only for the speed but also for the life. So that we have to always consider that we are moving with high speed, then you have to see the life also. So these barriers are very useful. You can see this in USA there is target that towards 0 death, a national strategy on highway safety. So maybe in India also we have to look at this aspect that highway should be free from the death. We have different type of the ropeway system. You can see three-way ropeway, 4-way ropeway, and all fittings has to be done with the standards. There are some different types of the standards for a galvanized steel, and that has to be confirmed through this IS standard. And there are IRC standards which deals about the road bridges where the steel is used, and guidelines are there for composite constructions. And galvanized steels have much longer span than the conventional bridge built with the normal black steel rebar. You can see this Belly Bridge, Kolkata. There is Type I link bridge in Taiwan, which is 8-lane underpass. It's a 22-meter width and 165 meter in length. And the beauty of this is that this Gadar type bridge utilizes 7,300 tons of the galvanized 2-meter Gadar, as well as 330 tons of the galvanized steel reinforcement to provide long-term corrosion protection in salt-laden atmosphere of Taiwan state. So the salt is the major problem of the corrosion which can be dealt with the galvanized steel. So it's been used in the foot-over bridge. You can see this figure. And there are different types of steel barrier, like W-beam type is one of the steel barrier, which is based on the principle for design of end detail of tri-beam barrier, and which can be adopted for W-beam and concrete profile barrier on expressway and road posted with a speed limit of 70 km/h or above. So at the end, W-beam or concrete profile barrier constituting hazard to the road user should be treated according to one of the following means whenever possible, and that are the tri-beams steel type of the barrier. Another one is the flexible type like wire rope fencing. So steel barrier with a strong post usually remain functional after moderate collision. So that's the important thing in the wire rope fencing, and thereby eliminating the need for immediate repair. If damaged by collision happened, both post and rail of W-beam are to be repaired, and the wire rope through a technically complicated can be repaired with minimum cost. So that's the beauty of this flexible type ropeway. And we are using different standards, like for Europe, we have EN 1317, America, NCHRP standards, India Road Congress, traffic barriers, we have guidelines, and we have manuals for a specification for a Ministry of Road and Transport Highways for 4-laning, and manual of a specification for the 6-laning of the highway through public-private partnership, and manual of a specification for expressways. So for expressway, 4-laning, and PPP models, we have already developed the manuals. We have developed the manual for traffic barriers. And we can see some of the steel median barrier where the galvanized steel has been used as a crash barrier. And there are codal provision in SP 55 which deals about the safety devices which can be installed. And apart from that, we can see on the road drainage, that is the one of the area where we can use this galvanized steel grills, and that's quite detailed drawing is given where we should use the galvanized steel, and that has to be used at regular interval. So this is the typical galvanized culvert for water drainage, and this is the guideline from IRC which shows the galvanized steel locations where we can locate. And this is the isometric views of precast concrete which is showing the grated openings. So you can see this grated opening with galvanized steel bars. We can see this galvanized steel gratings. The sectional view, we can see the gully traps normally used at curve edge for surface drainage. And this is for rotary, where we use the galvanized steel at the curve side. And this is the grated inlet for the curves. We can see in the here the grated with galvanized steel. And steel grating has been provided in concrete curves at the inlet. You can see this inlet. Also, there are guidelines in Indian Road Congress which facilitate how the pedestrian can be accommodated, and there is galvanized safety fencings. And there are codal provision for road signage, and that traffic shall be mounted on support with galvanized iron pipes conforming to ISA standards. And rectangular hollow sections should conform ISA standards. Square hollow sections should also conform the standards. In case of signs supported on 2 or more posts, necessary bracings may be also provided. So this is the typical galvanized signage support and galvanized traffic signal supports here. And there are codal provision which deals with the road signage, which states that the sign support may be of mild steel, reinforced concrete, M25 or galvanized iron. So this gives you a freedom to use, because once the things has been reported or guideline has been made in Indian Road Congress, then it makes the concessionaire or the contractor easy to be used, or even NHI or any road agency, they will like to use this codal provision, and they can utilize this for their purposes without any hitch. And you can see this codal provision also states that all components of sign and support other than the reflective portion of galvanized iron shall be thoroughly descaled, cleaned, and any part of the mild steel post below the ground shall be painted with 3 coats. The sign shall be fixed to post by welding in case of the steel post, and by bolts and washer of suitable size in case of reinforced concrete or galvanized iron post. So it clearly mentioned that we can use this galvanized iron in the signage. And this is the typical signage which has been used for using the galvanized iron. There are different standards like Road Safety Manufacturer Association in New Zealand, and they have a standard. They say that support poles for all new or replacement sign must be white powder coated with aluminum or electro galvanized steel. So there is opportunity to use this electro galvanized steel, and this is the galvanized highways or guardrail, and you can see this galvanized where this they have used this old material for galvanizing and save the environment as well as the cost also. So recycled the old material. So this is the galvanized railing and galvanized light poles, typical light poles in Philippines. It's quite common in Philippines. And the galvanized iron has been used in the bridge deck. So this is the huge area where there is a lot of requirement of galvanized steel. And then in the 7th Avenue light rail transit, there has been used in Calgary, you can see. And there are 420 tons of hot dip galvanized steel has been used in construction of aqueduct, Auckland, USA. This is the typical example. And this is the typical example of galvanized walkway, where there is also guideline for pedestrian as per IRC 103, which facilitate about the pedestrians. And this the Harrisburg Airport transport facilities, they have used the galvanized steel. And Charlotte Douglas Airport, they have also used this galvanized steel, and all steel car park. That's a unique thing in Philippines, Makati, and they have used this all steel car park. And also similar in outside also of the car parking, we have used this galvanized steel, and there are guidelines also to facilitate this. And there are safety barriers, outdoor car parks also. So that has been also used the galvanized steel. So now I'm coming to the potential. What is the potential? We have 66,000 kilometers of national highway, 1,900,000 kilometers of state highway still under the process, and we can use this. You can, if you don't use this, then we can see this condition. What is the condition on the highway occurring day to day? So maybe we can use this wire ropes, fencing and all, which is available in current technology. So these are the references, and thank you very much. If you have any question, please. No question?
Okay. Yeah, there's a question there. Yeah.
My name is Ken D'Souza, and I had a question because I can't understand. You spent a lot of time explaining the benefits of the use of galvanized, and you showed many examples, and yet your standards gives a contractor permission to use mild steel or concrete or galvanized, but why would you keep mild steel in your specification? I don't understand, because we know the result is going to be very quickly you have to replace and repair. So my suggestion would be to remove mild steel and replace that with just galvanized steel, and you know, you get rid of a lot of problems in the future.
Yeah, I appreciate your suggestion. The issue is still we don't have the proper database how effectively we can use galvanized steel in India. And there are a lot of issues of the research database. Until unless we don't have proper research database, we cannot formulate the guidelines. So, the availability of material is one of the issues. And because availability of material and the gap in the research database of galvanized steel may be the reason that still we are on the process that we are still keeping the milestone. Hopefully in the coming few years, as we have the more results and more database, so maybe this can be, your suggestion can be well taken. Thank you.
We have the memento. Please get the memento. And let's join our hands together as we present the memento to Professor Kumar. Professor Kumar, thank you so much for sparing your time this afternoon and for that presentation. Thank you very much indeed. Moving ahead, we would now like to, we shall now be focusing on the topic Indian Sheet Steel Building Group, a national effort to accelerate galvanized growth. And for the same, we have amongst us Mr. Dilip Bhatt, President ISSVG and JSW Steel. Mr. Bhatt, who is a management graduate with nearly 3 decades of experience in international marketing. He has developed USA and Europe markets for galvanized steel for India, and since last 5 years, he is President JSW Steel Coated Products Limited. We are delighted to have you once again, sir. Once again, let's join our hands together to welcome Mr. Dilip Bhatt. Mr. Bhatt, please.
Good afternoon, friends. A wonderful job done by my previous speakers to keep all of us alive after a lovely lunch sponsored by Rahul and his team. So I was wondering what's going to happen. And it's a pleasure to be again on this stage and share my experience and a little bit of a know-how about the industry and the business. And probably many of you must have got bored also seeing me since morning running around up and down the dais. Mr. Hobbs did a wonderful job, especially on the zinc market, which I was looking forward, because probably you all know that we are the largest consumer of the zinc in India. Almost around 80,000 tons we consume annually. And that's a major concern today as a producer. And many of pipe producers have a similar concern. So not wasting much time, because we need a cup of tea before we proceed for the next presentation. So let's follow here. Thank you. So how do I move up? When I in the morning spoke about the steel demand, sorry, I got one sec, sorry. If you look at the crude steel demand, which has been shown over here, in the morning also we have seen, and the way country has been growing, this year is expected to be consuming around 89 million tons of the steel, and there's a very sustainable growth. And many of us must have heard yesterday, the government of India has been talking, how do we move to 200 million tons of steel producer in the world. And the way the demand continues, I'm sure we will surpass the requirement or the capacity which is currently being available. Why it's not moving yet? Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, perfect. So let's look at the coated part of it. We are around almost very close to 2016, around 8 million ton of the capacity, and roughly around 6 million, the production capacity is around 8 million, and production currently is being around 6 million. And we probably, all of us are aware what's happening in the industry. That's the main cause. There are a lot of restructuring being under process, and probably we'll see very shortly, with the support of the bankers, things to improve. And if you look at the demand side, it's almost around 5 million tons. And at the JSW, we do around 1.8 million tons. At the first half, we did almost around half of our production capacity available, and we have sold that kind of tonnage. So looking at the reason why we are talking about the growth in the galvanizing industry, the biggest and best part of the current situation is the stable government, and which is very keen, and we have been seeing last 2.5 years the sincerity and the way they would like to proceed further. And we are very, very optimistic to see the growth in times to come around 8%. Last couple of months we have seen with those infra projects coming in, we have seen the demand pick up, and especially on the consumption front, we are just on the 58 kg versus 225 kg of world average. And as I briefed in the morning session also, the quoted per capita consumption is just 4 kg versus the world average of around 23 kg. But there's a lot been talked about the construction, solar, residential, appliances, and other market which have been rapidly going. So that is going to really contribute the growth opportunity for the galvanized products. Let's talk about the ISSBG. Ken is here, who's been instrumental in setting up this group in India, which has begun pretty well. And we were discussing with this Rahul that how do we take it forward? Because we had a couple of meetings, we had a couple of interaction in the past. And the best part of this group is the educative part of it, application and educative part of it, because I still believe there are a lot to learn, especially from person like Ken, and in the past Ken's colleague was here. We had some great interaction, and that's helping to build the product. So brief about ISSBG, founded in 2013. It's following the footsteps of Canadian Institute CSSBI, which has been operating since 1961. Members are steel mills, building product, PEBs like Kirby, Jamil, many other, Tata Steel is there. The idea and mission of the group is to how do we increase the coated sheet product usage mainly in construction and residential sector. The focus has been to how do we build the standards, because this morning also I spelt about the standards, and even though standards are in place, it needs to be followed religiously by all manufacturers, and especially when we import the steel, we need to ensure that the indenter or the trader ensure that he follows those standards to maintain the quality of the product in the market. Research to develop engineering data for new steel products and application, develop technical fact sheets, which is very, very important. We in the industry, we don't have any fact sheet kind of paper. So that process has been very great help to us. At the JSW Coated, we have built some fact sheets, which has been helping us to educate the clients. Thank you, Ken. Technical market development, case studies and trade show promotions. Standards and building code development, we are pretty active in BIS, and we are the member of MTD 4 committee member, developing new standards for automotive and new metallic coatings, building and construction code for commercial, residential, institutional building, residential buildings, fire and structural design. We are very active in 4 product areas, that's solar rooftop, ground-mounted power plant construction, PEBs, that's less than 5-story buildings, steel building products, roofing, cladding, decking, lightweight steel cladding and framing. Especially on the solar front, the government of India has got a target of 100 gigawatt by 2022. and the estimated steel required is almost 2 million tons. So that's a great opportunity for our producer and the user industry. Some of the pictures, many of them have been shared by my previous speakers. If you look at the pre-engineering building, if you go to US, almost 70% of the buildings are made on the PEB sector, PEB technology, whereas if you look at India, it's almost 70% is the concrete and just 30% part is being the steel, and that's the reason we have been hearing every day the delays in construction sector. And recently, Supreme Court of India has been intervening on behalf of the consumer industry. How do we expedite the construction part of the houses? So government has already announced 100 smart city project, and especially under the Prime Minister's housing project, housing for all by 2022. So that's a great opportunity for galvanized industry and steel industry as such. 400 railway station modernization project. One has already begun in Madhya Pradesh. If I remember well, railway station Mandideep is a station which has been already, the modernization has started. It's a state government, central railway, central government and the private developer. And the dedicated freight corridors we have been seeing coming between Mumbai, Delhi. These are some pictures of roofing, cladding and decking. Another area which is emerging pretty soon, my colleague Ashok will highlight some of them, especially in the cold storage areas, because we are known for our country has been known for the wastage on account of non-availability of facility, mainly the cold storage. And there's been a lot of work going on. There's been cold storage parks been coming up, industrial parks, logistic parks have been coming in. These are some pictures of the lightweight steel framing. And if you look at, most of it is galvanized. Some of the publications are available on the website of ISSBG, solar reflection, fire and acoustic performance, enhanced paint system, white rust and fretting corrosion, and many more. So I'll request many of our friends, they can visit those sites, and if still they have question queries, they can write back and the suitable reply will be communicated to them. Sustainability information, technical fact sheets on recycled content, embodied energy, steel and GHG emissions, cool roofing and cladding. Future activities, protecting Indian consumers from low quality imported material. That's the education work we have been doing. To become the key national organization, interact with architects, engineers, because it's very, very important to educate the architects and private bodies, government bodies, the values to use the better quality of the steel. Continue to develop standards and specification, fact sheets, technical notes for various coated steel application, mainly steel building. Spread awareness in consumers and key stakeholders about coated steel through social media. This is the site available. So I'll request friends, please start interacting. It will really certainly add value to all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear.
Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now take a short break and break for the high tea. Join us for high tea in the pre-function area. We resume the session in 5 minutes from now, once the tea break is over. 5 minutes for high tea, sir? A quick? Okay, 10 minutes. We break the session and we meet after 10 minutes after the high tea. Do you remember that this evening we also have a networking cocktail and dinner? Please do join us for the same. We also have gifts for all the participants that shall be given towards the end of the day 2 of the conference. Please join us for networking high tea and we resume the session in 10 minutes from now. Thank you. Join us for the last session for day 1 of the conference. And I have a very interesting news to be shared amongst all, but that I shall do once we have everyone assembled back. May I request the hospitality hat, because can we get the people inside? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow at 9:30 a.m., once we commence the conference proceedings, we are delighted to inform you all that Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Shri Vishnu Dev Sai, shall be joining all of us. So we invite you all to be present for tomorrow morning special session where we have the Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Government of India, Shri Vishnu Dev Sai. He shall be joining all of us. And we hope that you all will be there amongst us for the networking cocktail and dinner tonight. That shall happen after we finish the conference proceedings today. And tomorrow, once we end with day 2 of the conference, we have gifts for all participants. Please do join us for the same. Once again, requesting everyone outside. Volunteers, would you just tell everyone outside to join us inside? Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the tea break. At this hour, we will be having address by Mr. Ashok Bhardwaj from JSW Steel, Applications and New Developments, Coated Steel Products. Mr. Bhardwaj is currently working as Senior Vice President Marketing in JSW Steel and taking care of marketing function. He has engineering and MBA degrees from reputed institutions and possesses nearly 3 decades of professional experience in areas like sales and marketing, business development, strategy formulation, network development, exports, amongst others. Mr. Bhardwaj, please join us. And once again, for all the people, today we shall be having the networking cocktails and dinner. Tomorrow, Shri Vishnu Dev Sai, Honorable Minister of State for Steel, is joining us in the morning. You're invited to join us at 9:30 a.m. That's tomorrow, day 2, 21st October 2016. And once we end the conference proceedings tomorrow, we have gifts for all the participants. But at this hour, I'd like to request Mr. Bhardwaj. Mr. Bhardwaj? Mr. Ashok Bhardwaj? Sir, please join us. Let's put our hands together to welcome Mr. Ashok Bhardwaj.
Is a presentation on the screen? Okay. So good afternoon to all of you. The late afternoon sessions are interesting because one thing, it's important to keep people alive. The positive side is there are fewer people to satisfy. Okay, thank you for all of you being here for this presentation. I know it's a late afternoon and one of the last presentations, and a lot of my topics have already been covered in some way or the other by the previous speakers.
So I'll try to make it look, or at least sound, a bit different, so that the messages get reinforced. You must be wondering how come a person from coated steel is making a presentation in a zinc dominated gathering. So the connect is, as our Honorable Minister also said, that zinc provides a protective coating on the steel to make it last longer, to protect from corrosion and rusting, which increases the life. So as far as we are concerned from JSW, zinc plays a very important function in the coated steel industry. As you must be aware by now, coated steel applications are innumerable. Innovation is only the limit for bringing up or coming up with coated steel applications. So it may not be possible for anybody to list all the applications and usages, but one can make an attempt to put down things to make a point that applications can be developed further. And if we can see the downstream units putting efforts for marketing, innovation, and product development, it will go a long way in developing this industry. And as integrated steel manufacturers, especially from JSW, I can assure you that we are here to support the downstream units. And if there is an interesting proposal, we are also willing to tie up to take this, to take the development efforts forward. On the lighter side, I would like to say that when I was standing in the queue for collecting some snacks at the tea counter, I almost read galvanized cakes. Actually, it was caramelized cakes. So the lesson here is, I think we talk more often about galvanized. We'll start seeing everything in the galvanized light, which is of course good for the industry. And once you see the figures that I'm putting down, in India, the usage of galvanized or coated steel is pretty much less compared to what happens abroad. So I'll just start with an overview of the sectors for the coated overview and the sectors for the coated industry. If you look at the installed capacity for coated products in India today, for GI and GL, it's about 9.75 million tons. This is the figure in the bottom. There are a lot of figures here, but if you look at the figure in the last row, and the capacity for color-coated is 2.1 million tons. So about 20% of coated is color-coated. The integrated steel producers contribute almost 70% of the total coated capacity. Out of that, JSW, whom I represent, they almost have 30% of that capacity, so we are the leaders in the industry. JSW is also 22% of the total capacity, if you look at the ISPs and the non-ISPs. On an overall basis, globally, coated is about 12% of the steel production, whereas in India it's only about 8%. Whereas this is looking at a global capacity of about 190 million tons, compared to India, which is about 10 million tons. So India is about 5 to 5.5% of the global coated industry, But there is a lot of scope in India to develop the coated steel market. And I would also like to say here that the capacity figures shown here in this slide are not 100% accurate, because I don't think there is a proper central agency in India that is able to give proper figures. So in this forum or this platform, I'll make a request to IZA that probably either the IZA or any other organization can take up this issue so that figures are accurate, plus at the same time standardized, so that everybody uses similar figures and they look up to one agency to get the figures. Because in today's world, there is nothing that is secret. So pictorially, I've just listed out the sectors where coated steel can be used. In the power sector, there is renewable energy or solar. Infrastructure, you have crash guards. We saw an interesting presentation by the professor on crash guards. In food storages, you have grain silos and cold storages, which is a very interesting segment. I don't know if you have a session on these two products. On individual housing, you have houses which include houses made of structural steel and also LGSF, which is light gauge steel frames. For transportation, you have multi-level parking systems and bus bodies. In consumer durables, you have steel furniture and white goods. Then you have dish antennas, ATMs. There are several applications that one can look at. Of late, some applications that have caught the attention because of government policy are healthcare, sanitation, and education, in which we see a huge scope for coated products to be used. So if you see India as a whole, all these sectors are growing. You take power, infrastructure, food storage, transport, consumer durables, all these sectors are growing. So obviously this would mean that coated products market would also be growing in the country. Again, a slide on some segments. Construction is almost 60% of the coated products consumption. Construction has several sub-segments. So you also have white goods, bus body, general engineering, auto, agriculture implements, AC ducting, drums and barrels, general engineering, panels, white goods. So you see the pie charts that are shown here are based on some studies that we have done at different points in time. The left side is a study that we had done, I think, in 2014. The right side is a study which we had done in 2013. So if you see, the figures are varying, because that would depend on the sample size and how we do the study. So this slide is once again to reinforce that we need to have a central agency that can put figures together, not only on an overall basis, but also to track consumptions segment-wise and application-wise. Because applications are so much in India, we really don't have a fix on how much steel is being consumed. Let's say the other segments that I can talk about is doors and door frames, furniture, cable trays, electrical boxes, purlins, rolling shutters, elevators, grain storages, AC equipments, housing kits in terms of LGSF, cold storages. There are so many applications. We really don't know for sure, while I am presenting the slides which can give you a ballpark idea of where the steel is going. But we don't have exact numbers as to which segments are consuming in what quantity and at what rate are they growing over the years. So if you are able to fix on that, it will be easier for not only the ISPs but also the individual segment entrepreneurs to be able to develop the market. Again, in terms of applications and development, you would have seen by now, based on all the presentations made, there are massive areas of application one can look at. And there are tremendous opportunities for downstream units, which I see are mostly run by SMEs and entrepreneurs, that they can really invest and look at an aggressive growth path. So in this matrix, I've just kind of listed various applications that are possible. And you would see that sky is the limit. There are benefits in the use of coated steel for each of these segments in terms of the product being environmentally friendly. It's faster to install, more efficient, it's light, stronger, it's fire resistant, it's recyclable. So the advantages are many. So steel will find good usage in these segments. Now, just to name a few, the segments vary from cold storages, vegetable and fruits storage, community shelters, painting and coating booths, healthcare, pre-engineered buildings, high altitude accommodation, floriculture, rooftop structures, automobiles, sports stadiums. So there are tremendous amount of applications, and the downstream entrepreneurs should be only able to use their innovation and marketing skills to be able to develop these segments and increase the consumption of coated steel. There are several industry drivers and trends which we have already discussed in the day's presentation, so I won't spend much time on this. But just to highlight a few areas, there will definitely be a rural focus, because today the rural market has a better buying power, and there are a lot of investments that can be done, provided the downstream units are able to expand their network and their reach to be able to contact consumers in the rural market. Government is providing a lot of initiatives to boost demand, especially in cold storages, food storage, housing, which can use coated steel. There is also a tremendous potential in replacing material, in the sense that where people used to use cement, wood, plastic, gypsum board, and so many other products, asbestos, one can aim to replace them with coated steel or sandwich panels, because there are a lot of benefits, not only in terms of efficient usage, but also in terms of life cycle cost. So this I would recommend that the downstream units look at. And once you look at being able to address and target substitution, then the market would be that much bigger. I'll just take a case study of sandwich panel, because we had done a study on sandwich panel recently, just to give you a flavor of what growth is possible in each of the segments. Now, with sandwich panel, there's one slide, I'm only talking about one segment. And there are hundreds of such segments which use coated steel. If you look at the sandwich panel industry today, it's 1,850 crores revenue, which is likely to grow at a healthy rate of 12 to 14% per annum. If you look at the market in 1,000 square meters, from 2012 to 2015, it has grown at a CAGR of 23%. It went from 8,900,000 square meters to 16,700,000 square meters. And in the next 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, we are looking at a possible CAGR of 13%, which means in the next 5 years, this market is going to double. So in terms of steel quantities, because we talk, as a steel manufacturer, we talk in terms of steel tonnages, we look at the market going from 140,000 metric tons to 274,000 metric tons. So which is a substantial growth even for steel manufacturers who look for bulk deals. What are the demand drivers for this segment? There are increased government incentives in food security, shelter and sanitation. So this can give a huge fillip to the sandwich panel industry. There is increased adoption of sandwich panels driven by faster delivery times, design capability for new sectors like high-rise and luxury homes, environmentally friendly products. So today we see, if you look at the sandwich panel industry, which has a capacity of 29 million square meters, the utilization is, the plant utilization is around 58%, which might look to be on the lower side for an entrepreneur or an investor. But looking at the growth that is going to be possible in the next 5 to 10 years, very soon you may have to add capacity to be able to meet the demand of the industry. So one place where they need to put efforts, these downstream units, is in terms of marketing and to extend their reach, which is where when we talk to these entrepreneurs, we find that while they may be good in terms of technically coming up with good products, in terms of installation, maintenance and all that, but they are not that strong in marketing. So with marketing, one can also look at advertising, branding. So these are the ways in which one can develop the market. And not only that, one could also develop new applications. So this is to say that at JSW we are here to support these initiatives. And if there are any interesting proposals that come to us, we are also willing to look at long-term tie-ups. While all this is interesting, there are also challenges. There are surging imports of coated products today, coming from countries like China, Korea, and Japan. And we are quite thankful to the government of India that a lot of it is being addressed through trade-related measures to be able to contain the imports and to give the domestic market an encouragement. The demand is sluggish because projects have not yet taken off the ground. Here again, the government is taking several initiatives to revive projects that were abandoned, revive projects that were left in the middle. The market is volatile in terms of global and domestic, which we saw in the presentation made on the zinc pricing. The markets are volatile today, but that's a given fact. We can't do much about it, so we need to go through it. Especially in India, I don't know much about global. There is a non-availability of finance in the steel industry because of the stressed assets and NPA situation. So that is something that the industry has to find solutions for. The government is also coming up with various programs to be able to address this. But in my opinion, I think these units have to widen their reach in terms of geography, invest in marketing and innovation, and also in introduction of new solutions. What we have seen is company with single product, single sector focus would find it difficult to survive. They generally have a capacity utilization of only 30%. Because in this industry where the applications are varied, there is always some industry that is going through a down and another industry going through a top. So the applications and the downstream units should focus on multi-product, multi-sector applications so that they can be more viable and will be able to have a market all the time. Having said this, I'll just say a few words on JSW. As a group, we are having presence in all core infrastructure areas, which is steel, energy, infrastructure, cement. Today, we are a $11 billion group. And in steel, which is a flagship company, we have 18 million tons of capacity. We have 6 manufacturing units, primarily located in the western and southern region of the country, with, I would say, adequate capacity. And at the same time, our management is looking at growth because we see a good future in India. Today, we are looking at going from 18 million tons to 40 million tons in the next 10 years. In terms of product profile, we have one of the most diversified product profiles from slabs, hot rolled coils and plates, galvanized, galvalume, color-coated, blooms, TMT, wire rods. So we have the full product range. Plus we have value-added grades in the automotive and construction sector. Coated products by JSW. We have also branded steel. In terms of GI and GL, we have 2 brands, which is JSW Vishwas and JSW Vishwas Plus, where our capacity is 2.16 million tons, which makes us the market leader with 22% market share. In terms of color-coated, we have brands like JSW Coloron and JSW Coloron Plus. These brands, we primarily sell through our retail markets. Here we have a capacity of 0.69 million tons, which is 33% of the market share. So that's it from me. Thank you. I mean, if you have questions, we can address it after the next talk.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Bhardwaj, please join us. Mr. Bhardwaj, the memento. Mr. Wilkinson, may I invite you, sir, to present a memento to Mr. Bhardwaj. Sir, thank you so much for that update. Sir, please join us on stage. Mr. Wilkinson, Mr. Bhardwaj, volunteers.
I like your idea about statistics.
And a very interesting idea on coated steel products, their applications, new developments. Once again, let's join our hands together to welcome Mr. Bhardwaj. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, lastly but surely not the least, for day 1 of the conference, we'll be having Mr. Martin amongst us. But before I invite on Sir, we'd like to update you that tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. we invite you all to join us in the hall as we have the presence of Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Government of India, Shri Vishnu Devsai. We hope to have you all here when the Honorable Minister is here. Also that today we invite you all to join us for the networking cocktails and dinner that begins 7 p.m. onwards right here at the hall. Also, lastly, but definitely not the least, tomorrow at the conclusion of day 2 of the conference, so we invite you all to collect your gifts as a token of our gratitude towards all of you. But at the start, we have Mr. Martin, who will be joining us, graduate from University of Toronto and comes with nearly 3 decades of experience in the metal industry and having worked in the both metal and non-ferrous metal sectors. So let's join our hands together to welcome Mr. Martin, who shall be deliberating on developments in general galvanizing. Mr. Martin, please. Good evening and welcome, sir.
Thank you. All right, well, hello everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it certainly is a pleasure and an honor to be able to address you here at the second International Galvanizing Conference. I will be talking about developments in general galvanizing. The talk was about some market trends and new technologies. So I will talk briefly about some of the market trends. We've seen a lot of information about those already today, and then focus more on some of the new technology and process of galvanized steels, mostly for material handling, pre-treatments, and then at the galvanizing kettle itself. So zinc consumption does follow world steel production closely. In 2014, there was 1.6 billion metric tons of crude steel. That's 1,600,000 million tons of steel. To put that in perspective, we're producing maybe 12 to 14 million tons of zinc. So we're making two orders of magnitude more steel than zinc. But to highlight some of the regions, looking at a 10-year change, in 2004, the world first made about 1 billion tons of steel. Now we're at 1.6 billion metric tons. So some of the traditional producing countries, the European Union and North America, Japan, are producing much less than they were. And we can see the upcoming regions, especially Brazil, the former Soviet Union, China, and India. There was just a BRICS summit here in India last week, and we can see that these economies are doing quite strongly if we look at steel production. For a trend that is projected to grow over the next few years, it is non-renewable energies versus renewable energies. So we can see this prediction for the year 2050. On the right-hand side of the graph, all the non-renewable energies, oil, coal, natural gas, will be decreasing, and we can see the renewables by then will probably be 75 to 80% of energy production. And this is especially noted to be strong for India, where the photovoltaic solar and thermal solar will be close to 50% of the mix. And here, the photovoltaic solar is estimated to be 22% of the energy generation. Looking at installed capacity projections for 2030, a little bit closer, but in gigawatts, again, China will lead, United States, but India as well. Over 200 gigawatts of solar energy photovoltaic capacity is expected to be installed. And the benefits to the galvanizing industry should be obvious, and we've already seen some examples. All the support structures for these panels, cable trays, housings for control panels, all of these could be galvanized steel, whether it's sheet steel or batch general galvanized steel. And then once that electricity is produced, we have to distribute it around. So projections for China alone are more than 100 million tons of galvanized steel by 2020. For all of these applications: transmission towers, substation facilities, communication towers, satellite ground relay stations, but also wind power and solar. Another area for good growth potential is reinforcing steel. The batch galvanizing industry, we spend a lot of time chasing structural steel applications, and the combined market for heavy sections and light sections is about 114 million tons globally. But reinforcing steel is almost 300 million tons. So I think it's wise, and we've already pointed out the IZA has started a program to chase this market and help galvanizers get into this market. There is technical literature available, market literature, and resources on this website. Now, if we look at the process, hot dip galvanizing has been around for a long time. It provides proven corrosion protection, and in fact, there's no better protection for steel than zinc, and that's why we have such a close relationship with the steel industry. Zinc is a barrier protection like paint, but it will also sacrifice itself to protect the steel. It provides galvanic protection. So it's durable, reliable, and it's economic. The process is very simple. We have to clean the steel when it gets to the plant. Then we pickle it to remove rust. Then we'll flux it to prepare it for dipping into a molten zinc bath. We let it cool down, we inspect the coating, and we ship the product. So let's look at some developments in the plant for some areas, starting with material handling. Some people have said galvanizing is a material handling industry, not a dipping industry. That's such a small component of the process. We actually have to move steel through very caustic environments, whether they're caustic degreasing, acid pickling, liquid metal. So we have to have material handling systems that are robust and can withstand all those different environments. One new development, or not new, but it's gaining in popularity across the globe, are lifting stations. Universal racks have become commonplace in galvanizing, so for health and safety in the workplace, or ergonomics of the worker, but also increased productivity. We can raise and lower these workstations so that the material is at an easy height for workers to place on the rack for subsequent galvanizing. Safe hooking systems. These universal racks now, they will be dipped at an angle, they'll be transported flat, so we have a lot of movement of the material while it's suspended on the, from the crane, and so we don't want anything to catch and jostle the work. So this system developed by Ingenia here, it looks like a little bell clapper inside of 4 suspended posts. It gives us quite a lot of movement, safe movement of the crane through the plant. Other crane safety systems, we can have chain knots if the chain is moved too quickly back up into the crane. So a chain block on the left-hand side helps to keep the chain in an orderly fashion. We can put load limiting switches on there so we don't overload the cranes and lead to some catastrophic failure. We can put automatic lubrication systems on so again the chains don't dry out as they're going through atmospheres of acid mist. We want to protect those chains. Enclosures. These are, again, relatively new to the industry and growing in popularity. A lot of mists come off of the pre-treatment tanks and burnt flux coming off of the galvanizing tank. So this can fill the whole volume of the plant. So if we want to capture those and contain those, it's much more efficient to work from a smaller volume within an enclosure rather than try to control the air quality of the whole plant. It is a health and safety improvement for the workforce that is in the plant. The acid mists over the pre-treatment tanks can be contained. Again, the flux dust over the zinc bath, but also any splashing from the zinc will be contained within the enclosure and protect the workers around the galvanizing. We can also optimize process variables there if our acid tanks have to work at a higher temperature to improve efficiency, which might raise the vapor pressure of the gases in the room. It's contained within an enclosure and does not impact on the workforce. So some examples here we can see on the left-hand side, pre-treatment enclosure. The crane operates above there, so it also keeps itself isolated from the acid mist environment in the plant. And again, I talked about some of the benefits of having enclosures on the galvanizing side, one for containing gases, but also to protect the workforce from splashes. It also keeps our neighbors happy. If we have no containment at all of those mists and gases are in the plant and then they're invariably getting outside the plant. Some galvanizing plants were built in the countryside outside of the city, but with rapid urbanization and population growth, now they find themselves in the middle of suburban areas, and they want to be good neighbors. Those mists can also attack any steel structures in the plant, so plant degradation is an issue. By putting containers around your pre-treatment plants, you save the significant infrastructure of your plant. So again, some comparison of control systems here. I'm not going to go this in detail, but enclosed pre-treatment plants may have very high collection efficiency, very low maintenance costs, very low operating costs, but very high protection on the buildings and cranes, which is a significantly higher investment in the plant. Looking at the pre-treatment session, we'll look at some developments in degreasing, pickling, and fluxing, specifically aluminum tolerant fluxes, which have opened up some new alloys for galvanizing. Briefly, alkaline degreasing, this is where we're taking oil and grease off the material, the steel, as it comes in to be galvanized. This is usually done at a higher temperature, so these low temperature alkaline degreasers work very well at 30 degrees Celsius, so this saves significantly in heating costs of the tank while providing an effective degreasing. We can also do acid degreasing, this time without phosphoric acid. Phosphoric acid can be a contaminant further down in the process. It's a common acid degreaser, so now we can degrease without phosphoric acid and not have any danger of neutralizing the pickling bath. This is from the Italian company Soprim. It's a hydrochloric acid regenerating unit. Sulfuric acid regeneration has been quite common over a number of years, but this unit will work with hydrochloric acid. It eliminates liquid waste. There is a solid to be disposed of, but it reduces hydrochloric acid purchases by up to 95%. If we look at the chemistry, we can see in pickling, we're reducing the hydrochloric acid in reaction with iron to make iron chlorides, but then we can reconvert that iron chloride by reaction with a multi-acid to make new hydrochloric acid. So the system is quite self-propagating and self-regenerating. By maintaining also the acid at a very constant rate, overall we're reducing pickling time by up to half. I'm just going to speak generally about the galvanizing flux. This is a key component for batch galvanizing, and it's generally overlooked, but there are two major components to all galvanizing fluxes. This is the ammonium chloride, which cleans the steel before galvanizing, and the zinc chloride, which actually stabilizes the flux. If we don't have enough zinc in the mix, the ammonium chloride releases too quickly, and the cleaning is very poor. If we don't have enough ammonium chloride in the mix, then the cleaning is very, very poor and slow, and this can result in excess skimmings on the tank. So it's important to maintain the flux. The two most important contaminants are iron and sulfate that are carried over from pickling, specifically from sulfuric acid pickling. If we're in hydrochloric acid pickling, this is less of an issue. Iron contamination, it's hard to control because we are galvanizing steel, so we're constantly dipping steel in acid and releasing those iron units. But for a healthy flux, we'd like to maintain a density between 8 and 20 Baumé, a pH from 3.5 to 6, a flux ratio from 0.5 to 1.6, and we want to keep iron and sulfate contamination below 1%. At the galvanizing kettle itself, there are some different zinc alloys that can be used for galvanizing. High temperature galvanizing is making a bit of a resurgence now, and then also the galvanizing of reinforcing steel. There's a new technology there. Zinc 5% aluminum galvanizing has been available for sheet products and wire products for a long time, but it's making its way into the batch galvanizing arena because of these new aluminum tolerant fluxes. The graphs at the bottom all show that in atmospheric exposure tests in a rural environment, industrial, marine, and severe marine, the zinc aluminum alloy outperforms the regular galvanizing alloy in all conditions. So it is quite a corrosion resistant coating. But it is opening up a lot of automotive applications for batch galvanizing. This is a control arm. We can see on the top right-hand side, there's the part itself, and on the bottom right-hand side, here it is installed underneath the automobile. But the zinc aluminum coatings are thinner, so that gives us a lower weight on the part, which is very important for automotive applications. Again, there's good fatigue behavior, good post-coating operations, but this is a new technology that is opening up markets for batch galvanizing. GalvaFlow is a zinc bismuth alloy. Bismuth can be used to replace lead in the galvanizing kettle, so we can have lead-free galvanizing, and it has been shown that a zinc bismuth alloy performs as well as a zinc lead alloy. I just want to pause here for a minute to look at the coating structure of a galvanized steel coating. If we take the steel structure and we take a slice and we look at that cross-section, this is what we'll see. We see the base steel at the bottom, then there are a number of iron-zinc intermetallic layers. The zinc and iron actually react together to form the gamma, delta, and zeta layers. These are quite strong and hard, and at times harder than the base steel, so it gives us a very tough and an abrasion-resistant coating. And at the very top is the pure zinc layer. But at times, if we have a different steel chemistry, we can have what is known as a reactive steel. We can have silicon inside the steel, and this destabilizes the formation of those intermetallics in a normal galvanizing coating, and it leads to very thick and brittle coatings. So we want to, if we can't control the incoming steel chemistry so that the silicon level is between 0.05% and 0.15%, or above 0.25%, there's a technology called Technigalva where we add nickel to the galvanizing bath. And if we add nickel up to about 0.5 or 0.6% maximum, this controls the reactivity of silicon steel. So it controls that intermetallic formation, which gives us a lower coating thickness, so we have better ductility and appearance. And it also gives us a more uniform appearance of the steel. You can use nickel and bismuth together, so now you have a decrease in intermetallic layer thickness, and you also have much improved drainage, so we can easily see the two benefits there. The metals are both compatible, there's no interaction between the two of them, so quite an easy addition to make and control in the galvanizing process. High temperature galvanizing is making a resurgence. This is more for ceramic kettle galvanizing and immersion heaters, and specifically They can provide a 30% energy savings versus a heat cover burner. It will allow a greater working surface for galvanizing while at the same time reducing the kettle size and then reduce byproducts of galvanizing. So an interesting process used quite often for reactive steels or for fasteners. This is the new process for continuous galvanizing of reinforcing steel. So we've seen that reinforcing steel could be a very important market for the galvanizing industry. There's already a significant tonnage that is produced by batch galvanizing, but like anything, a continuous process is more efficient than a batch process. We can increase the throughput, drive down the cost, while we're still providing a product with the known and proven corrosion protection of zinc. And the continuously galvanized rebar, not only does it have the same corrosion resistant, but because it has a pure zinc layer rather than intermetallics on the top, it has exceptional formability. You can see this coil picture in the bottom right-hand side. This was galvanized and then coiled. There's no flaking or peeling of the coating at all. There are operating plants in China and then United Arab Emirates. And in the United States, a company called IZA Galvanizing is constructing a plant now and will be operational in the first quarter of next year. So with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention and pass the, well, I'll answer any questions or pass the microphone back to wrap up today's session. Yes.
Hi. I'm Lalit Shahani. I was very interested in the addition of nickel.
Yes.
There is a lot of doubt in the marketplace. The jury is still out there. Nickel powder from Technigalva or zinc nickel alloy slabs.
Yes.
What light can you throw on this on your past experience?
In my experience, I would prefer the zinc nickel slab. Nickel is very difficult to alloy into zinc. It's a very high melting point metal. I think it's 1600 degrees Celsius. We have our zinc kettle at maybe 450 degrees Celsius. So we have to dissolve the nickel into the zinc. With a pre-alloyed ingot, we are able to more safely introduce the nickel into the bath, and then it will dissolve more uniformly. With the powder, there are mixing apparatus. We can pour powder into funnels and it's injected into the zinc, but we're working now with powdered nickel dust, which is a known carcinogen, so it's very more difficult to work with in the plant. So in my opinion, I would prefer working with a pre-alloy rather than direct additions of nickel powder. I think it will also be more efficient at adding the nickel. I think with the powder and dust, I think there are more losses. It's less efficient making the addition. All right then, well, thank you very much.
Any questions across the dais? Sir, please be there with us. Martin, sir. I'd like to invite on Mr. Dilip Bhatt. Please join us, sir, and present a memento at this hour to Mr. Martin. Volunteers, please get us the memento. Sir, join us. And let's put our hands together for a thunderous applause once again. Huge applause. Once again, a huge applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, before we conclude the day one of our conference today, we'd like to update you that today we have a networking cocktail and dinner with a cultural program that begins at 7 p.m. at this very hall. We hope to have you there. Tomorrow, we have an exciting day full of lots of deliberation, lots of debates, lots of events, and we shall also be having the presence of Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Shri Vishnu Dev Sahai. So we hope to have you all tomorrow, 9 9:30 a.m. at the very same hall. We also shall be having gifts for all the participants. We hope to have you for the same. Once again, please do join us tomorrow for a very exciting day full of lots of events. And today we have the networking cocktail and dinner. On that note, thank you so much to each and all for sparing their precious time all the day today and joining us for the day ones of our second edition of International Galvanizing Conference. Thank you very much. Hope to see you for the networking cocktail and dinner. And tomorrow we have our agenda already pre-planned. 9:30 a.m. we're meeting when the Honorable Minister shall be there. And we have lots of events lined up for the day too. Thank you. Namaskar. Thank you very much.